Why, hello.
I mean,
My name is David, and this week I have a Baby OSHA compliant beard, which is my big change. Welcome to the best Star Wars.
Star Trek? Trek?
We were talking about Trek
Sir?
earlier.
oh,
done.
restart,
We're done.
restart.
Sir?
Restart.
Star Wars 5e campaign this side of any Monday night. We are going to be
Credibility gone.
joining our colleagues as we dive into a exciting forgotten Jedi temple. But before we do that, we should probably check in with our players and see how they're doing. So Neon, how was your week last week?
I was busy. It was busy.
Busy's good.
Busy's good. It keeps me out of trouble. But no, I've been crushing out Diablo 4 for those of you who play.
Mm-hmm.
And then just enjoying my time, what's left of the hot weather.
I stick my tongue out at you as I sit here in a Jedi robe in the basement.
Look, I mean, I got the tank top going on, but it's black denim jeans, so I'm in the same boat. It just doesn't look like it.
Yeah.
I'm just not wearing pants.
Lucky.
You can only see me from here up. Why would I need to wear pants?
That's
Well, because my seat's leather, and I don't want to
that's a
tear
good
myself
point
off of it
and
later.
well made.
Mac, how was your week?
It's somehow Monday again, so
That's
that's
how time works.
Yeah.
Generally.
yeah. But it was Monday like 8 hours ago.
Mm.
It was Monday 8 hours
So-
ago.
Funny. The time dilation happening right now is a little off, so I think someone needs to contact something. Probably the aliens they've apparently discovered recently.
I was gonna say you just
No,
need to
they
slow
weren't
down.
recently discovered. They were discovered
Well, you
forever
know-
ago, and
Sorry,
we're just
you know
hearing
what I mean.
about
Like
them.
recently talked about. I don't
Yeah.
have any new models because I haven't built Gundams in a while, so instead I will just show this Poliwhirl toy because Poliwhirl's dope.
I mean, if we're showing and telling, I've been working on this companion cube for a while, and it's almost ready to be primed and painted.
If we're
Nice.
showing and telling, I've been working on this can of beer for a little bit, and
I patched this wall. The blue square will once again disappear.
No, that's okay.
Ah.
The website I made for that blue square got hacked within a week and became a very horrendous site for enlargement pills.
see.
Hacked. James, how was your
Yeah,
That's
week?
my new dropship business.
Yeah, aside from Mac's ED side hustle. Doing all right. It's been a couple of days. The weekend was good. Riley's birthday was fun. We played a lot of Jenga. It was a good time.
Jenga
I have
is
some
really fun.
it is. It turned out really good. I have some board games I now need to buy because
That's
everybody
fair.
will enjoy them. Gonna get some camping in over the weekend. So should be good to go. And yeah, I got some writing to do for some stuff coming up. Planning for FallCon. Life is good. We've got
Mhm.
a new series coming up in a couple of weeks for Girl by Moonlight. That's gonna be good.
Ooh.
I'm busy. Horrendously busy.
Mhm.
And we're down one performer tonight.
We are.
Yeah.
So, I'm sorry I based all of these encounters on there being 4 of you. There's only 3 of you, so
Hey, what about Droid?
well,
Yeah, what
Yeah, what about
Probe?
Probe? Don't forget Probe.
oh, I didn't.
Probe's a real boy too.
He can actively contribute to things. He'll be all right.
Dang right, he can.
My week was good.
Good.
I every time we've done this, I've just been like, yeah, I exist. I'm pulling an Anthony Birch and being like, hi, I'm your dad master. I've got no dad fact. Let's just get into it. But this week I am going to give you my dad fact. I went off-roading last week.
Mhm.
And I went to a racetrack last week, which was a surprise to me that it got approved and built since the last time I heard about it. Which was pretty cool. So I got to see people race motorcycles, and I got to explain to people who make far too much money that in fact those were rain clouds coming and they're about to get wet if they don't pack up and leave. And then none of them packed up and left, and none of them knew how to strap their own bikes down properly for wet conditions. So that was fun.
I see.
If you were at Rocky Mountain Motorsports last week and a random man in a Bronco was bitching about all of his mud coming off and helping you tie your bike down, you owe me $50. And with that, I think we should jump into our recap. Last week, you met a mysterious man with his 2 sons that were not biologically his sons, and learned of a strong artifact from a long time ago left here by the Jedi.
In a galaxy far, far away?
In a galaxy far, far away. It was explained to you that the artifact in question acts very much like a holocron, in that it contains memory and information, but it's also something a little bit more than that. You charmed a should-be swindler into not only not paying the docking fee you weren't supposed to pay, but into repairing your ship for a very, very cheap price of free. And then you found your way to the location of that artifact. You had an opportunity to explore the first chamber, and we ended our show here at the second chamber, which is where we will pick up. This is the room you find yourselves in, dear players. So this room is very similar to the first room you found yourselves in as you were wandering about. This was this is a natural occurring chamber. You can feel the ground beneath you kind of sloping away towards a small ledge that you can kind of see off in the distance, and there's some crystals embedded in the walls that are giving off a soft, gentle glow. Again, everything here appears to be natural with artificial things built into it. There are benches that are carved along some of the walls. Near the crystals, there are places you can see where people had set up spaces to sit and meditate and think. And then the walls beside you go the whole way up. But you can see, again, at the end of there's a little bit of a cliff. Not a cliff, sorry. I guess it's a ledge is probably a better descriptor. And that ledge dips down into a room, and you can see kind of a soft, dim light coming out from that room as well. Whereas the last room was decently cool, a space that had been left unattended for a while. This room's quite warm, actually, almost comfortable to be in, which you wouldn't necessarily expect to be in a cave that's this far down. And that's where I leave you to begin making your own decisions.
Astrid keeps that lightsaber lit, giving off a gentle ambiance in all directions. And like looking back at Stax and Archer, Oberon's still upstairs making notes about the
makes
the
sense.
pool.
Tons
Theseus.
of stuff to study, especially plants.
Yeah. There was like 17 different flavors of lichen up there.
Yeah, tons to
Flavors.
study and explore.
Flavors of lichen.
Yes.
Touch the lichen. Taste the lichen.
Taste the rainbow.
The lichen. Lick the lichen. Now, Matt, get that on a shirt.
That's
Forget
how you get
everything else.
werewolves.
Lick the lichen. I mean,
That's LY. No, this is LIC8.
Yeah.
yeah.
Explaining
look
the
back-
joke makes it even better, David. Yes.
I know. You're welcome.
Yes.
I am playing simulated sabacc.
So do you just have like a holo projector going and there's like sabacc
Yeah.
going on above top of you?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm here for it.
I'm rolling, like the iPad kid who's just like following his parents around, like scrolling the phone because he really does not want to be there.
Yeah.
That energy.
I like it.
Except I'm making millions and millions of cryptocurrencies off online sabacc.
I like it.
Beautiful. I wouldn't have expected anything else from Stax.
It's just a UI for stealing Imperial credits.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. And Stax is also data mining everyone who's playing.
I like it.
Selling it to the highest bidder.
keeping in mind,
Basically, side hustle.
Stax is probably have to alleviate boredom and have to just like be supportive. Astrid is not going to try and waste anybody's time, and it's going to start heading forward up into the cave.
Okay.
And again, just avoiding the whole like text data crawl or map data crawl on stream.
So the ledge as you approach it, it's like shallow. Like at some point somebody had made stairs here. They've crumbled away or been worn off.
Bonk.
So it's like maybe a 3-foot drop, if that. And there's like the remnants of stairs. Like you could easily still walk down from here. But as you come around the corner and there's that kind of that warm glow, a light glow continues to fill the rest of the room. And again, there's a large crystalline structure in the middle, which you can see from where you're standing that there's benches that are carved around it and further seating that was established. You can make out kind of like alcoves where people had like assembled stuff. There might have been tables here at one point. This was, again, another space where people came to meditate and engage in conversation and to really commune with the Force. And this crystal was clearly the focal point of it. Now, in its abandoned state, there is just the remnants of what used to be a thriving temple of sorts. And, well, 3 of these just chilling out on the ground, relaxing,
Chilling out,
soaking in the
maxing.
heat. Yeah, they seem to be quite content, and currently they almost look like they could be asleep. If they're not asleep, they're very much like snoozing kind of thing, rest in their eyes, as a dad might say. But yeah, they're just kind of hanging out. And further down from there, you can see like the remnants of another like staircase almost that starts to be a staircase and then immediately proceeds to be a hole.
Looks like we got some denizens over here. So maybe I don't know. We've got a 3-foot incline in front of us here, or decline.
Yeah, like it's
this is not cover.
No, you are higher than them, so you have like the height advantage.
We have the high ground.
You have the high ground. It is in fact over Anakin. Yeah. So you've got like the high ground on them, and they're not at the moment. They don't seem to be paying attention to you, and they don't really seem to care too much. But like they're directly in your way.
And you said that hole was to the south of us?
To be the south east there.
Okay. So basically directly past them.
Yeah.
Well,
do we know if these are aggressors or
if they're what?
They're aggressive creatures?
Roll me a nature check.
Maybe I will.
I can't see that. With a 16, you know that these creatures, or at least something that's similar to them, that you might have encountered in the past, are known to not necessarily be aggressive so much as they are territorial. If you leave them alone, they'll leave you alone.
Okay, I'm gonna kind of turn to everybody and go, right, so basically, if we don't get all up in the face, we should be fine. So, like, move quietly. Grease your wheels, Sir Stax.
makes sense.
I will purposely grease my wheels.
Just like splute oil onto the ground.
Yeah, a little bit.
This rock cluster just to the south of us, does it reach all the way to the ceiling?
Pretty well. There's a small gap towards the top. It kind of like it's like a column. That part of the column has come out, but it like still is pretty high up there.
Okay. Have a second here. Just making sure that this works. Astrid is going to walk up to that column,
Okay.
put a heavy black boot against it, and start walking vertically up until she's on the ceiling, and start
Ah.
walking along.
Like Naruto.
You, while cool, you shut your whore mouth.
Nothing is ever cool about Naruto.
Well,
You're
I mean,
right.
I'm not in high school anymore. So. How tall is the ceiling here?
It's
Guys,
a
we're
good
playing
like
Star Wars.
Yeah.
it's a good like 50, 60 feet. Like it's a pretty tall way to go.
I'm gonna using the friction gear set that Astrid has on her person,
Okay.
start walking along the ceiling.
That's Astrid's Jedi way.
Yep. This is the way. Bye.
What do the other two of you do?
Stax is gonna look down. I'm gonna look down the hole that's in front of us, and then I'm just gonna jet across it till I'm kind of safe on the other side. Oop, that's not.
Wait, I don't see a hole on the map.
No,
David
no,
said there
it's
was like stairs with a hole.
yeah. David said that there was something in the far southeast corner of the room that we're in.
Far south. Okay, well then I'll just move forward a little bit.
Okay, I was like, where are you going where there's a hole?
Yeah, no, I'll just move forward.
Hold on. I'm gonna be 2 seconds here. My roll 20 just like absolutely
mine
shit the
also-
bed.
Yeah, so did mine.
Oh, so did mine.
Tokens
go.
were updated. You might have to refresh it.
I just refreshed it and I fixed it.
Yeah.
Yoink.
Okay. Yeah. So you're, Astrid, you're walking along the roof. You could like from the top, like how tall this is, you could reach out and touch that like crystal structure.
Mhm.
Stacks. So you've moved, kind of over the gap, and you're, you know, what's that? About 30 feet from those creatures. Are you trying to sneak past them, or are you just like seeing what they do?
It's one of those, you know, when like you're walking by some wildlife and you're like, huh, I'll stay over here, you stay over there. You know?
Okay.
Like it's not
you
like an
kinda, like,
active like I'm trying to sneak past them, just like I respect your space. I'll stay over here.
as you land, the one right here looks up at you. It kind of like lifts its head in that way, like a dog that was like totally taking a nap does, and like looks at you and goes,
Mhm.
and like lays down. But it's like now it's watching you. So it's seeing
Yeah.
what you do. Archer, what are you doing?
I'm gonna hold my my bow rifle just to like holding it kind of like not set as a weapon, just kind of like as a walking stick in a staff mode. And I'm gonna kind of like switch my way. It's like a 3-foot drop.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
it's like
kind of like
you know, like the front stairs of somebody's house. It's like
Yeah.
that. Like somebody removed
I
the
will-
concrete steps.
Oh, okay.
cool. I will hop down and walk, but I'm not gonna walk to try and specifically be sneaky. But I'm gonna try and be like as nonchalant and non-threatening as possible.
Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna get Archer and Stacks both to roll me an intimidation check. Now, this is one of those checks where you want it to be the other way around.
Are they animals?
So the creatures that are there are animals.
Okay.
That are there. They're wild beasts. On an 11 and a 12, you know, you where you are, you can see all three creatures, and now they're all watching you. Like they've like sat up a little bit, and they're like keeping their eyes on you. They haven't moved or anything, but they're definitely like, okay, like what are they doing? What are they doing?
Are they looking at all over at the orange light on the ceiling?
No, you're close enough to the crystal structure that they don't seem to really be paying much heed to you up on the roof.
Stack. I'm gonna like spin around and like look at Archer for a little bit. Spin around, look back at the dogs, and I'm gonna R2D2 in I think movie 5. I think kind of lean forward a little bit, and I'm gonna launch like a food ration out the top of my head towards the dogs. Not like at them, but like arc it gently towards them.
Okay. Roll me a dexterity throw on that.
For sure. Just like a straight dex.
Just straight dexterity. We're treating like you're trying to throw something.
8.
Ooh, with an 8. It like clatters off this wall over here. And then you see the first one move over to investigate what you fired. And it's like it's distracted, but the other two are like watching it now to see what it does. And they're kind of like between you and them. Like it's just kind of like back and forth, like, okay, what's going on here? What's the game plan?
I'm gonna motion over to Archer in the direction that I am, because there seems to be a clear path to the left here, and continue like kind of working my way south.
Cool. Wait, to the left of the map or to the left of my character?
Where
In-game?
I'm pinging
Okay.
on the map to you. Yeah.
As Stax is keeping this thing busy, I'll kind of pat him and head over that way.
I have full confidence that Stax can just like turn on the rocket boosters and go wah
Yeah.
anytime they desire. So as we move further south, I see that the cavern kind of opens a little bit, and to the east of me is that section that you said gradually works its way down into a hole.
Yeah, so it's a sloping, like it slopes, and like as it goes around that corner, you can see that like it's stairs. And from where you'd been before, you can see that eventually those stairs just disappear.
Okay. And to the west of where I'm at, it's just kind of like corners of a room kind of deal.
Yeah, there's nothing really like from where you are, like igniting your lightsaber and kind of like hanging, out above you. You can see it's just like it's like deeper there, and there's like some water pooled in it, but probably whatever these creatures have been drinking, kind of thing.
Yeah.
But there's nothing really there. No.
All right, I'm going to continue going along the ceiling, and then be like directly to the south of where these creatures are.
Mm-hmm.
And again, just like I'm being mindful of where it feels like Stax and where it feels like Archer are.
Okay. Archer, what are you gonna do?
Well, I've been motioned to follow that direction, so
Mhm.
am I now hidden away from these creatures technically?
So on the other side of that crystal, they can't see you, because it like it's a column of this kind of crystal that goes up all the way.
Cool. I will follow along. I'm gonna follow along, but I'm following like up against the wall, and now I'm gonna try and stealth my ass through,
Okay.
being
Roll
as
me-
quiet as possible.
Roll me a stealth check. 16. Now they're on edge. So we do to me and then we go. Yeah, they okay, so the one closest to you is like completely ignoring you. It's like watching the one that went over to investigate the food packet and Stacks like very closely. It's got like its head craned. It's not paying attention to you. The second one, a little bit further away, its head immediately snaps around to you. And it's like eyes are locked on you.
Okay.
Stacks, what do you have to do?
I
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead. I'll give you a chance
well,
first.
I was just gonna say, I'm just gonna kind of give it like a friendly little wave.
Hello, fellow creature.
Just like-
Stacks.
Stacks is, yeah. I'm currently just watching. I'm waiting for the verdict to come down on the food.
The one that went to investigate, it's
Mhm.
like nibbling at it, right? It's kind of that like cautious nibble. When you get like a dog that doesn't really know you that well, and you've given it
Yeah.
a treat, and it's kind of like, and it's like eating bits of it, trying to figure out what's going on. It's again, it's going at it, but it's not necessarily like gobbling it down kind of thing.
Yeah.
They're not super hungry. Like you can tell that pretty quickly that like they're not like they're obviously not like immediately going for the easy source of food that is Archer.
Yeah.
They're just kind of like watching you guys go by.
Okay. I'm gonna take 1 step, 2 steps closer, and then wait for response, see where they're at.
Okay, so the one that you're now like super close to is like stopped eating.
Yeah.
It's like it's still looking at the food, but you can feel its like attention is focused on you. The one that's
Mhm.
closer to Astrid and Archer is like also like it's now like lowered its head a little bit, and it's like kind of like tucked in. It's like waiting to see what you do.
Are there any sticks on the ground?
Mostly like rocks and stuff like
Mostly
that.
rocks and
Yeah.
stuff. Okay. Then yeah, I'm gonna grab another food ration because I have them and I don't need them. And like kind of hold it out in one of my little robotic hands as like a little like, I have more. You can have it. Here you go. Like we're
Roll-
good. We're chilling.
Roll me a charisma check.
Just straight charisma or like a persuasion.
Thinking either I will give you a choice. You can either do persuasion or performance, whichever you think you've got a better chance in.
Ooh, persuasion then.
Okay, with an 11, so the one that's like closest to you is now like turned to look, and it's like it's curious. It's like, okay, like the first food was pretty good. What's the second food like? The one that's close to like Archer and Astrid is not as impressed. So it's like stood up now. And it's like eyeing you pretty aggressively.
It's rude.
These things have, based on the imagery, no wings.
Nope.
Just, all right. I'm good up here. This is great. This is lovely. Hanging out on the ceiling.
Do you want to do anything, Astrid, while you're up there, or
You know, I'm probably just gonna. You said it hadn't quite noticed me.
they're not really paying you much heed. You're far enough away that like for them it's like we'd have to climb the wall to get to you, and is that really worth it kind of thing?
Yeah. I'm gonna start working my way from the ceiling down onto the side of the wall.
Yeah.
So I can be within a reasonable proximity to Archer if he needs help.
Okay.
Say like 35, 40 feet up.
Okay. Archer, back to you, buddy.
I will continue my way along the wall, smiling aggressively as I
So let me get this straight, just so I understand. You are approaching a bunch of wild creatures with your teeth bared.
no, smiling
Okay.
like overly joy. I'm not like
You're not doing a
no,
You're doing more of a like
like a nervous.
Slowly
Jolly
meandering.
Santa Claus, not psychopath. Okay, I got it. Roll me another intimidation.
Animal handling?
Okay. Yeah.
9, baby.
So they're both like the one that's like eyeballing you hard. It's kind of like, do I bother? Like that's kind of like the vibe you get from it. Like it's doing the like at you, but it hasn't moved, it hasn't stood up, it hasn't done anything yet. It's still just kind of watching what's going on here and getting a vibe.
Are these things like 5-foot iguanas that are just like?
No, they're more like horse sized.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
horse-sized
they're way
iguanas.
larger than I thought they were.
Yeah, they're like, they're pretty big. Like you could ride one if you really wanted to.
I see.
New side quest obtained.
Well, now that you tell me that, and I am Archer, I changed my last turn.
Your tiny tokens belay their size, sir.
Yeah, they are large. They're large creatures.
Yeah.
I'm gonna roll animal handling to jump on one. No,
I'm gonna stick my thumb in its butthole.
I'm kidding for now.
Mac, please, I am a small creature.
From the ceiling, there's a. As in, Stacks, you coming? Go to the left.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, and I'll just rotate around this way.
Is it a quick motion or a slow motion?
It's a slow motion.
Okay.
It's leaving my little packet of food I was holding on the ground, and then just like,
Dipping out.
yeah, just like here you go. Hope you had a nice evening. I'm not turning my back to you, but I'm also turning my back to you because I'm an R2 droid and I can do that.
Spin your head around and kind of like
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So once you join back up with like your companions, I'm gonna get you and Archer to roll me one last intimidation check, as they've been watching you. But I'm gonna get you guys to do it with advantage, or I guess it's technically disadvantage, but with advantage. So you'll want the lower of the two numbers.
4.
Okay, Archer.
Okay. Can I not?
No, you have to.
Can I
And
not?
so a natural one would normally be
Yay.
the worst kind of failure you could have. In this case, you are so unbelievably unoffensive to these creatures that like the one that's been like eyeballing you hard and being like, okay, what the fuck are you doing? Is like, oh, I don't give a shit anymore. And it's like lied back down and closed its eyes. And the other one is yeah, it's just kind of paying attention. Like it's like watching you guys still. It's kind of like, what are they up to? But now it's more of like a what are they up to? And do they have more of those food packages possibly? And yeah, looks like they're gonna leave you guys alone.
Rounding the corner, Astrid's gonna complete the descent.
Yeah.
And come down to stand upright.
So at the base there where you guys are is as I mentioned, like it's like first it's like a gentle sloping ground and then it becomes stairs. And then there used to be, you can tell, more of a staircase here. Probably some kind of spiral staircase that wound down. Now there is a rope ladder somebody has nailed into the side of the rock where the staircase used to be. At some point in the life of all of this, it collapsed, leaving a hole for you to descend through.
I can climb down. That won't be a problem for me.
Little.
I've got a grappling hook.
Just in case you fall off
I
the
can
rope
just-
ladder.
I'm not trusting a rope ladder. That's old in an old temple.
Good man.
So
First sensible thing you've said all day.
So you're going to use your friction kit to walk down. I'm assuming.
Yes.
Mac's going to use his grappling hook, and Stax is going to jetpack down.
Yeah.
Okay. The descent is longer than you would have thought. This would have been, back in its time. You can see remnants of the staircase. The pillars that supported it still exist. And you can still see occasionally like chunks of staircase. However, it very quickly goes from being a kind of a tunnel into like a big open cavern. And as you descend down, Astrid walking down one of the pillars, Stax gently lowering down on the thrusters, and Archer lowering himself on his grappling hook, you are brought into a large room. It is open and expansive, and you can tell this used to be somewhere of importance. The room itself is kind of the center of it's got like a pyramid-like structure. There's stairs on the sides that lead up to a level, and then there's a small half wall that is surrounding it, and then a set of stairs leads to an open doorway. There is a soft orange glow emanating from this doorway, and you can tell it's a door, and it almost looks like there might be stairs on the other side, or maybe it's a room. You can't quite tell from where your descent leads you to. Whereas the rest of the rooms you've been in have been artificial, like have been maintaining the natural structure of things. This room is a cave, to be sure, but a heavily manufactured and crafted space that you now find yourselves in. There is very little light. The only light comes from that doorway. You can tell there used to be some form of lantern that existed to fill the space at one point, but now it's just a very dim, dingy light that fills the room. But it fills the room better than you would have expected from a single angled, pointed source. Astrid, with your attunement to the Force, you know that the artifact that you have been looking for resides on the other side of that doorway, but that the door itself is also a powerful Force artifact.
I don't know this because obviously I'm not Force sensitive and no idea what we're doing. I just see a door, and I'm gonna start kind of walk up to it and pull out an explosive, and kind of look back at everybody. So
that may be a bad idea.
For some reason, my falsetto's not working tonight. I apologize, folks.
it's all good. What do you mean it's not?
It's gone.
Come on, it's just a stone door. It's no big deal.
It's got some heebie-jeebies about it that may not be wise. At no point is Astrid ever going to tell Archer, don't do that, because that's totally against her moral compass. Archer is going to make choices for himself. She will always make recommendations, but this is the neutral way of being, my friend.
I'm flipping a coin to see what I do. Hold on here.
Pulling a Dern. Okay.
I specifically tell you.
That was a Quill thing. I would always flip coins.
Oh,
True,
right.
Yes or no.
Dern would roll a dice to see how smart he was.
Yeah, I would roll. Odds are I would still do this, and evens, I'll play fair. I played fair. So I kind of look at the explosive in my hand and think back to the droid that got to do the exploding, which technically I told him and sent him to do, but I felt a little jealous. I sigh and I put it back in and I walk back towards the group.
And Probe pipes up and goes, "It's okay, human. Often organics are jealous of our droid superiority."
I had already forgotten about Probe again.
Probe is on the map now.
Probe is
because Probe should have definitely rolled through that entire encounter, but I also forgot. We're just gonna assume Probe climbed along the ceiling or something like that.
Probe does have a fly speed, so
okay, beautiful.
Probe crawled along the ceiling.
Well, you said it's like a BX droid, right?
Yeah,
That's what made the BX droids so terrifying, is that they
That's
could
fair.
like climb along ceilings and stuff like that.
yeah.
Yeah, lick the lichen.
No, wrong lichen again, James.
No. It's what
No,
I
it's in
want.
chat.
Mac put a shirt in Discord.
Oh boy.
Astrid kind of like puts their hands into their robes, all like monk-like, and is looking around and is like, Oberon's going to be pissed. They missed this.
At the,
Upstairs being
Licking the lichen.
looking like
Yeah,
um
indeed.
at that statement, Stax and Probe will both start to like scan the surroundings for, you know, information, anything that might be interesting to Oberon, and looking for possible kyber crystal remnants for no reason in particular.
So your scans of this room are fairly inconclusive. The stone is like its original stone to this space, and a lot of it seems to have been just carved in place. So this used to be like a far larger cavern that they've dug down to like build the rest of it around. The only piece that is the odd bit out from your scans is going to be the door. It is an entirely different piece of stone from the what's around.
I feel something emanating from that door, like a fragment of what's further below.
Is it telling you to blow it up?
It feels red, not blue.
So we should blow it up.
The that woman that attacked us on the ship also felt red, not blue.
So we should blow it up.
All right. Look,
I
we all make
while
choices.
this conversation is happening, I am rolling towards the door
yeah,
to see if
I'm
I can
gradually
interface with it.
walking forward.
Being told that it has red energy, I will lean into Probe and go, "It's your turn again, Probe."
Roger, Roger.
Thanks, War Hero.
Astrid, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Astrid, once getting within 30 feet of it, is just gonna use full force sense and just take everything in.
You are at first overwhelmed.
Mm-hmm.
It's not so much red as it's that's the bit that extends. It's almost like a defense mechanism.
Mhm.
It's pretending to be a dark side artifact. It's protecting itself by pretending to be a dark side artifact.
Okay.
As you begin to actually like absorb the reality of this situation, the room almost echoes to you. You can feel sensations of lives that were lived, that existed in this space, people that engaged and talked, echoes and remnants of what was. But you feel echoes and remnants of what wasn't as well. The
Like
lives,
Stacks.
Yeah, no, you feel the choices not made. That's the sensation you are getting from this. The artifact is neither good nor dark, light nor dark. It sits somewhere in the middle.
Is it like legitimate? Like you can feel someone being like, "Man, I should have had breakfast."
Some of them are that soft. Some of them are, maybe I shouldn't have become a Jedi.
Mm-hmm.
What would my life have been had I not done that?
Yeah. And then those threads collapse, and the energy goes off into entropy and fuels the real reality that we're in. As Astrid rambles to herself. The door, masquerading as a dark side artifact, Stone, steel, steel,
Stone.
two
Old
pieces,
stone.
single piece.
So the frame is a single piece of stone. The door, as you've gotten closer, you're not sure if it's real. Like, it looks like a door, but using your force sense, you can't quite tell if it's actually a door. It's almost like it's coming in and out of existence.
Like vibrating like a vibro dagger would?
No, it's like it exists 1 second and it does not exist the other, but it is always visible.
I am gonna turn my scanners to that door and just like try to technology and science that if I can.
Roll me an investigation really quickly while James explains what Astrid's doing.
It's as Stax is scanning, she sees Probe, or they see Probe rise up slightly off the ground and slightly start moving forward, like their toes, the toes dragging forward.
Not like this.
Door.
No.
Using force push.
My time has come.
Just nudging it towards the door, because I want to see if I can push them against a piece of stone or if they pass through an illusion.
Father,
Okay.
help.
So a couple things are going to happen in short order here. First, Staxman's, not only is Probe being dragged forcibly towards the door, and you and Probe are both scanning at the same time. What you unveil from that scan is there's carvings along the outside of the door itself, and they're like along the exterior, and then they're in like the frame bit that you can see. And it's in a language that you don't recognize. It's something old, it's something ancient. That's about the best you can get out of it. But it is an old form of language. You are unfortunately distracted during that point as Probe slides past you begging for help. And in your last second you see Probe, his arms come out, he touches what should be the door, and he's just gone. He doesn't. It's not like he explodes. It's you literally just hear him go, "Father, I'm not like," and gone.
I could swear I was still holding something in my hand. Huh. That is unexpected. Does that sensation, does it feel like phase walk? The thing that Astrid did against the other Jedi? Or against the Sith?
Were you kind of like teleported?
It's a teleport.
Yeah, kind of like Misty Step-esque sensation.
It's Misty Step, yeah.
Yeah. Yes and no. So it's that same sense of moving from one spot to another, but you don't know the destination.
Yeah. With that, Stax, there's a solid chance that Probe is still alive. Did you outfit them with comlink yet?
Stax just shakes. I just shake my little dome head. No.
It's like the extent of my 1-year-old's communication skills. No. They're probably fine. They're probably fine.
Nothing instills confidence quite as much as probably.
Blind sense. Do I still feel Probe anywhere within the vicinity of?
No.
Okay.
Probe is gone.
Well, the imminent danger isn't there, and Astrid just walks forward into the teleporter.
So you walk through the door.
I walk through the door.
I
Excellent.
follow.
What about you, Archer? Are you just gonna stand there and wait?
No. Seeing people do it, I'm like, what? And then I smile.
This
I
is
just
some
kind of
Star
look at
Trek
the
shit
door
right here.
And you touch
of everyone
the door.
walking through it without making any possible assumptions, and I go, now we're having fun. And I will also walk through the door.
This is the most
Excellent.
Archer thing that's happened all day.
Astrid, you are no longer in a Jedi temple.
Okay.
Can you explain to me what your homeworld looks like? But when you do it, imagine it's on fire. Everything around you is burning.
No, that already happened.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're there.
The Miraluka homeworld is, by and large, a rocky plain. The architecture is strange, spherical arches, that sort of thing, which is odd for a race of people that don't have eyes. It's strangely artistic for that sect of folks. And it's belied by the fact that most of them are in ruins, and the actual surviving members of the species that haven't been pressed into the Inquisition mostly subside in hammocks and tents on the outskirts of any of their remaining civilization on the world, if they remained in the world at all. Scorched earth, primarily. Dark, dusty.
It's not that. It burns. But whereas before you saw this from a distance, you are now in the middle of it. You can hear the of TIE bombers overhead. The scream of TIE fighters chasing their bomber companions down, and the explosions around you as bombs impact and explode, destroying architecture that is probably centuries old.
Yeah.
And through the dust and the dirt, you can hear the clash of lightsabers and the moments of panic. You can feel the Force screaming alongside this as neutrality and darkness entwine into a single horrific song. And you find yourself in a large room. You stumbled in from the dust and confusion, and you hear a young woman. She turns around to face you. And you can see through the Force as she looks to you. Flowing black cape, glossy black armor, and a helmet that obscures a face. She looks at you, and she goes, "Ah, yes. One of you. Come, come, come. This doesn't have to go this way. Come, come, come. We can leave. Come, come, come." And you're face to face with a young inquisitor. But you recognize this presence. It's not the same. It's not as strong. It's not as potent or unwound. But you recognize this presence. This is a younger version of the Grand Inquisitor you recently encountered.
Mm-hmm.
Standing in front of you as the village you grew up in is under attack by the Empire, offering you a chance to walk away. And she extends a hand towards you, and she goes, "I know your people walk and seek knowledge in the Force, and we can give that to you. My Emperor can give that to you. Just come." What do you do?
Does Astrid have their current physical form?
A younger form. This is the form of you during the Empire's invasion of the Mirelurka homeworld.
So they'd only have their small yellow light dagger at this point. And Astrid has had this conversation before, but not with this person, at a different time in their life. And thinking back to that time and thinking back to the people that were around her the last time that she talked about this, that happened to be shoulder to shoulder with her, she ignites that little light dagger and says, "You're a little lopsided for me."
She reaches behind her and she pulls out the traditional Inquisitor lightsaber and she goes, "Come now." And she ignites just one of the blades and she points at you and she goes, "I don't want to have to kill you. Imagine what you could learn. Just a little bit of help."
Imagine what you could learn if you just stop and listen. And
I listen
she
all
doesn't
the time.
move forward.
The young Inquisitor takes a couple steps towards you.
Astrid is full on channeling the Lucas scene like some first level psych student that is fully convinced that she's right about everything in life and has everything completely understood, because they are
I've never
wanton
been there.
academics that are holier than thou. Like by design.
Mm-hmm.
That they didn't make it for a reason. Well read, not very smart.
As she walks towards you, you can hear the sounds of the city destroyed around you, and she almost like bends a little to like look you in the eye, and you can feel where your vestigial eye sockets are. You can still feel the presence of two eyes staring back at you, and in a voice much closer to the Inquisitor that you met, she goes, "You can stop it. It's a simple test. What is and what was are not always the same. You can stop it. You can make a choice."
We all make choices, but that level of control is too tempting for anyone.
Pity. And in a flash of motion you don't understand, you feel the lightsaber plunged into your chest. You can feel that moment of it drive through. Stacks.
Weep woo.
You are not on a cargo transport. You are on a brand new ETA 2B. The scream of engines beneath your feet, a new hull, fresh, completely maintained. You are an R6 unit. You are in service of a Jedi. You serve the Republic. And your pilot weaves and bobs, and below you a massive battle has unfolded. You can see, CIS, Federation of Independent Systems, Confederation ships of hammering on Republic ships, back and forth, this ebb and flow of battle. And you can hear the call that two Jedi have broken through the lines and they will recover Emperor Palpatine, Chancellor Palpatine, my bad.
Yeah.
The war is turning. This assault on Coruscant will end. And your Jedi, Taruga, because I wrote down inconsistent, a Taruga calls to you and goes, "D9, I need you to reroute power to the forward weapons here. We're going to do something a little bit tricky. Can you do that for me?"
And yeah, it's done.
You reroute power into it. You feel the rush as your systems integrated in. You begin to connect and go, and you feel this like thriving hum as the ship under you maneuvers in an expert piloted way. You are a piece of a machine guided by the Force in the truest sense of flying. This is the kind of flying you had always dreamed of.
Now this
As a
is
Republic
pod
cargo.
racing.
But something goes wrong. There's a brief pause, and your cockpit's hit. Your Jedi's dead, and you're going down, and it's just you on the fly to Coruscant. You can take control. You can control the ship, but it's damaged, and there's buzz droids around you, and they're crawling over your ship. They're beginning to rip pieces of it apart. What do you do?
I will pop my little stun baton out with one hand, and the flap on the other side goes down, and there's a shotty sticking out of it. And I just start, like, anytime one of those little buzz droids gets too close, it's a jab, or it's shredded
so I
through
started blasting.
shrapnel. And all the while, I'm still trying to, like, reroute systems and, like, get everything stabilized so that we can re-enter. Okay, I want to get this Jedi home.
Roll me a piloting check really quick. Roll me a technology check first, and then a piloting check second.
24.
Okay.
And 13 on the piloting.
Beautiful. It's in rough shape. Your ship's coming down. But you can see the Jedi Temple in sight. You've never been inside the Jedi Temple. And you can feel it coming in, but you know that even though your Jedi has passed, it is your responsibility as its astromech to make sure it makes it home, because the Jedi will surely win this day, and they will win the day, and the Republic will endure. You bring it in; it's rough. You slam into the upper, walkways, and you kind of slide across the mech, but you bring it back. You're quickly rushed by a combination of clones and Jedi, and they pull you out of the wreckage, which is a sensation that's different, because you could have sworn your cargo transport went down. You could have sworn that you weren't here before, that you were somewhere else, that you were a cargo pilot. And as you're pulled away from the wreck, one of the clones congratulates you, and raises a hand to a helmet, and you get medics coming in. You know it's too late. You were attached to the sensors. And one of them looks down at you and goes, "We could use another gunner pilot. Do you come with us, D9? We could probably use you. What do you think?"
I hesitate and kind of lean away a little bit, because, like, this isn't how it happened. This isn't right. I want it to be, but it's not.
The clone kind of, like, looks at you for a second and goes, "Are you cross-wired? That might have sounded like a request. It was an order. Come on, you serve the Republic, for the Republic." And he takes off running.
And I'll go.
Okay. And as you follow, you find yourself led. You don't know how you got there, but you're on the Republic field. It's some time has passed. You know some time has passed. This isn't your first sortie of the day. You're no longer on Coruscant. You're in an ARC 170. Powerful fighter. And your clone pilots bank left, bank right, and they come on, and you can trace the hyperlane jumps. You've got it in your memory, but you don't know how you got here. The communication comes in. A call patched through by you to the clones. You don't listen. You've never listened to the transmissions before. But you can see the pilot turn his head, and you can see the Jedi you're flying with up ahead. And the Arc 170 begins to bank, and where it was before a flanking position becomes a trailing position.
I would like to combat against the pilot's motions.
Okay, roll me a piloting check. Hold on. I should have. Yeah, roll me a piloting check. And we need to remember what that is. That is a tech. Let's do that.
23.
You're able to wrestle control away from the pilot. And you can feel the fighting. And it's not enough because the Arc 170 beside you disintegrates the starfighter in front of you. You watch it evaporate before you. And then you watch that fighter fall back. And you feel the hull around you disappearing. Last transmission you get is good soldiers follow orders. Arc 170 survives. It's a miracle, really. And you're on this planet for who knows how long. You've been offline, and a small boy is slowly putting you back together. You feel it. You're not far from the crash site. And he's looking at you. And he's got this tired, worn face, something a small child shouldn't experience. It's the look of somebody who's seen something far beyond their days. And he's kind of talking to you. And he's like, "Oh, I'll get you fixed up. Mom says if we can fix you up, we can get you back in." And he looks at you and he goes, R6 D9. That's
Nice.
a funny name.
And
What do you call
little...
yourself?
As the systems aren't quite fully back online yet, but with what energy and what system Stacks has, I think this is, at least in this memory or in this whatever this is, I think this might be Stax's first ever song that they played. It was In Memoriam to the Jedi. That was blown to smithereens as something has gone horribly wrong.
Oh, you can sing. My mom says we have to find small bits of joy. I think you'll make people happy. If you stay here, that is. I mean, it's up to you. Everyone has
Stacks,
a choice to make.
Yeah, I haphazardly lift my legs in the well, I'm not going anywhere. I can't move.
You can stay here. You can stay here and you can help my mom and my dad and we can fight against the Empire. That's what Mom says. We can fight them. And you can help us, right? And the boy's face smooths over, almost like there's no personality behind it. And he goes, "What is does not have to be. Everyone has a choice to make. You can stay here. Change what was to something else. Just have a choice to make." And the life comes back. He goes, "My mom was a pilot. She's a really good pilot. I think you could help her."
Stacks stays. I stay on the ground. I don't get up. I don't roll. I stay there.
Come on, you gotta get up. your servos work. I made sure they do. You gotta get up. Gotta help my mom. Oh. Are you sure?
And Stacks searches through, I searched through my audio banks, and from probably a Jedi who is long dead at this point, they just play a very simple audio recording of no.
Oh. Okay, then you can... I guess I'll leave you here. And the boy reaches into the open panel and flicks you off. Archer. You left home. The
Yeah, I'm Skippy.
ascendancy, that is. When you were very, very young. You ran away. That's what you remember. You're very sure you ran away.
Definitely.
And yet, you find yourself wearing the uniform of the ascendancy. You're well put together, but you've still got some of the equipment you've picked up. You've got your bowcaster, and your switch rifle, trophies you've collected from your time. And you find yourself in the presence of a pair of other Chiss who are sitting down looking at a holographic projection. They're studying something. It's a map, probably. Things are starting to come back into focus for you really quickly, but it's definitely a map of a building or a starship, something that's close by. And one of them looks at you and goes, "Are you okay?"
And I'm aware that I'm dreaming, right?
You might be dreaming.
In character, when he kind of steps through this door and all of a sudden he's where he is, kind of go, what the hell is going on? And kind of look at the people sitting there with this hologram and be like, am I as tall as a child or am I as tall as an adult?
Actually, it's you are about the same as you were just moments ago. You are. My apologies. 1 second. Yeah, you're about the same as you were. In fact, you feel probably about as old as you were.
I'm gonna stare at these guys and go, who the hell are you?
Are you sure you're all right? You are part of our operations team. This
in this
Imperial
moment
vessel, we are tasked by the ascendancy to capture.
In this moment, I kind of like shake my head and go, sorry, had some I think it was Tatooine wine.
I am unfamiliar with that.
Someone snuck it on. It's not good. I lie. And I just kind of go, sorry, it's late night. Yes, the ship, of course. Please relay the plans to me again so I can confirm that you know what you're doing.
Do you have your full name written down somewhere for me, really quickly? I'm just trying to find it super quick because Chiss are weird about that.
One of the soldiers in the background is like, you know it's Tatooine wine because they make it in the toilet.
Okay. It's Tox Ofa Light.
Do you want to pop it in chat for me so I can see how it's actually spelt?
I can.
Just again, it's one of those weird chiss things I have to abide by rules of, and unfortunately,
Trying to find the chat. There it is. There you go.
Talk Sophie, you are. Yeah, that's correct. We are, of course, tasked with destroying that Imperial vessel from beyond the veil. We are here to either eliminate it or capture it, so we may study it more closely. You are our expert on infiltration, are you not?
See, I got you right there. You're smart. I acted out of character, and then you picked up on that and called me out. That's very good. That's a lesson in infiltration for you. Always be aware. Good job.
Right. You have spent too much time studying the Outworlders. And he kind of leans back and he looks at like the other person who's there with you, and she stiffens slightly. And the pair kind of exchange a look where they're clearly thinking it over with each other, and they go, regardless, we have to conclude with this. It's still about a few kilometer hike, shall we? And they both stand up and kind of like turn off the little heater element they were sitting next to. That generic, not a campfire, but it's a technological campfire that you see across all of Star Wars. And they turn it off, and one of them like rolls it into a space, to kind of like hide out of the way, and they clear up their camp so you can't really tell it's there. And their heads peek around the corner, and they both like slink low, and they start to move towards what you can see is a Gazanti cruiser that's been landed, and you're heading towards.
I will keep up my act and follow. But I'm gonna be like looking around constantly. Am I noticing anything I recognize? Because I can't imagine I would be on a mission like this when I was still in the military when I was 8 years old.
You recognize that these are in fact like Chiss uniforms. You
Yeah.
are not a child. You are adult Archer, and you find yourself, you vaguely recognize the two you're with. Perhaps they were, family friends, somebody close inside the Chiss families that you would have worked with. Likely you trained with them at an academy. And again, as the longer you look at things, the more they seem to fit into place.
Is this as though Archer made choices to not leave the academy and therefore
Yes.
ended up here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing I was getting at in my own brain here. I'm gonna pause for a second, and I kind of like look around and look at the uniform that I'm wearing. I just kind of go, ugh. I hope I die on this mission, and then I will continue forward.
As you say this, the woman stops and she turns around to you. And again, it's
I
that
didn't say it out
same,
loud.
even as you feel it, it's a permeation in the force. She stops and turns around. It's that same blank stare. A vessel speaking with no actual intention behind it. It's her voice and her inflections. She goes, You don't want to be here. Think of how different it could be. Think of the life you could have had. you wouldn't have had to have done all those things as a child.
No, I left here so that I didn't have to do these things as a child and went and had more fun doing other things. You think I want to be a part of some? Sure, destroying Imperial starships are cool. I've done things like that, kind of. Do you really think that I want to be doing this as opposed to traveling as a merc?
It's more stable. The money.
Who cares about stability? I'm not here for stability. Money you can steal. Come on.
Oh. And they both stop now, and you almost feel like it's unraveling around you. And closing in. The Gazanti
As I
disappears, and it's just an empty forest.
and the people aren't there at all.
They're there. They're staring at you.
Yeah.
But
I
it's
kinda
not
like-
even a sound of birds.
Mm-hmm. I kind of stare at them and then just go, "Look, I get you trying to do some like weird. I'm assuming either Jedi or Sith magic here, but here's my thing, okay? I made a very strong decision as a young child, and I stuck with that decision, and I have had a fantastic life. Now, nothing you've shown me has given me any inkling that this is a better life. If you had thrown me in with a party and I was like having a good time and I'd led a rebellion on my own homeworld and changed the way the military was structured, sure, why not?
Oh.
doing
okay. And you find yourself in a crowded room. It's loud. There is a bunch of stereotypes occurring. Twi'leks and next to or less than nothing. There's music blaring, and there's people that surround you and adore you. You are.
Am I still in uniform?
No, you're wearing comfortable, rich, appointed clothes.
How good is the jizz, though?
The best.
It's the best jizz
It's
you've
the
ever
best
had.
jizz you've ever heard. Stax is there, mixing the music. You can watch as Stax is just like absolutely going out, and it's you that is being played in this room.
Is it like an underground room or is it like a
It's
fancy
like-
room?
It's I wouldn't say it's fancy, but it's like a well situated club. Like you are on a core world. It's this like bumping, exciting, interesting place. Everything fills
Okay.
the room.
And everyone's cheering for me?
Yeah, people are walking up. They want to be around you. It's very clear that there's a draw to you in this room.
I'm going to grab the nearest person who's like, you're feeling my vibe,
Yeah.
and I'm going to look at them, and I'm going to say, why do you love me?
Ah, what's not to love? Look at you. And she reaches up and she like runs her fingers across her face. Look at the way you are and how talented you are. What's not to love? Everything about this is because you made it happen.
But what is this?
A party for you. Celebration of your last
Why is there a
tour.
party for me? I just want to know how much you know about. Are you a real fan?
Of course I'm a real fan. And you can see like the edges of it like stretching. And you can hear the music dying as this thing was trying to like place you. And it's failing miserably.
See, the first mistake was that you made the bassist the lead singer of the band, and Archer just can't keep it up.
But like, I'm holding this person, and they're telling me they love me and how I've done all these things, but they're not telling me what I've done. So what have I done to deserve all this?
And you find her staring blankly at you. Like she's still smiling. There's like people are still like dancing, but again, like the music's going, Stax is gone, and you see her like paused, and like she can't answer, and she just kind of goes slump, standing there. Like she's still standing, but she's just like,
Yeah. As this happens, I'm gonna kind of call out, be like, so you're trying to place me in a thing that goes for what I said, but you can't actually place me in a situation that I would understand and feel connected to. Why are you even trying to mess with me if you can't, like, that's not an invitation to try harder, but why? You put me into a situation, I've asked what the situation is, you have no details. You're writing stories in the middle with no beginning or end. How am I supposed to feel attracted to any of this? I'm not.
It's like through the speakers, like people are still moving, but they are mouthing the words along as they go. But it's like not coming from them, it's coming through like the sound system as they go. We misunderstood you. We have not seen someone whose desires are not as easily placed. We apologize.
You want to know what I desire? I'll tell you. I want to finish the job I was set out to do, and I want to get paid for it, and then I want to go back to that little bar and have more of that lovely milk, and then never have myself put into another weird time-splitting situation ever again. That's what I want. Sure, I could say, make me king of the universe, make me all of these things, but I don't care about any of that. Why? If I wanted to be king of the universe, I would be the king of the universe. If I wanted to be the next Jedi, I'd find a way, okay? Nothing that I'm doing now is nothing I don't want to do. And if I get bored enough, I leave. I'm in control of myself, and everything I want, I will get if I really need it. I'm just lazy.
Has Archer noticed that all of the guests have entirely too many fingers on their AI-generated hands? Like, you've given an AI the prompt of make Archer feel happy and give him everything he wants, and it's doing its best. But
the woman who human no, Taruga no, Twi'lek no, and it's like kind of an awful homunculus of most species you've encountered. Kind of goes, well, we can't place you, and you live too in the moment. A shame. And a blaster comes out and just pops you in the chest, like, immediately.
In response to this, I have hold on a sec.
You're loving it?
I have element of surprise. I expel a sabotage charge when a creature attacks me. They must make a dexterity saving throw.
Doesn't matter. You wake
Do
up.
they fail?
It doesn't matter. That was not the point of this whole ordeal.
it's in your head.
But did they fail?
Now you've gotten to the crux of what Archer really matters about.
Did they fail?
Hashtag winning.
You will never know.
Well, in case they did fail, they take 2d10 fire damage.
Take that, you psychological thing.
To the brain.
11
Wish I
if
could
they
defeat
exist
my
in my
depression
brain
with
still.
Fire charges.
You come to. All of you come to. Behind you is a flat stone wall made of the same material that the doorway itself was made out of.
Oh, sorry. What about probe?
Oh yeah, there's a probe on here.
Probe only exists when I want them to. So...
I'm not seeing probe on. Is there a reason I'm not seeing probe, James?
Probe has a character or a token, but not a character sheet.
Yeah,
Oh,
probe stats are coming from the construct droid stat block.
Yeah.
Do you want
But what does his options in life? Wait.
to?
They look like either being made by me at my convenience or not.
Can you throw probe down for me in this room?
He's right there. Is he a BX series?
Yeah, something like that.
He looked like a BX series, I think. Yeah.
His stats are associated with the token.
Although, if you put down a BX series, it's going to get real confusing.
No, I left the token the same.
Okay. And you find yourselves in a large open cavern. It's this room is the same stone that you had experienced on the outside of that doorway. It's the room is large, and there's a pathway underneath you and columns that they almost seem to disappear into the ceiling itself, into the inky blackness that is above, and you can see some sort of contraption up ahead, and you see two figures. They're humanoid-ish, and from that distance you can't quite make them out. So you guys are...
If I was to look through my sniper scope, what do I see?
What's the range on your sniper scope? Or your sniper? What's its max range?
The max range on my Switch sniper is 600.
Okay, so they're
150, 600.
They're droids. For the intents of finding what I'm looking for, that we're going to use BX droids as the once again as the token flavoring, but they're droids of some kind. Their armor is like a white, with a kind of a yellowish tinge, and then all of their joints are gold. And they're kind of just like standing there chilling out, watching the world go by.
Do they look rusted at all, or old and dusty?
They're in immaculate condition.
Not even dusty.
No.
So, here's a weird thing. The droids, if you will, for those of you that can't see, the droids are new looking, immaculate, no dust, not a speck. Probe could learn from this.
Was Probe created with a second or third level slot?
Second.
Second, all right.
I don't have third level slots.
That's fair.
Nerd.
There. Probe's hit points and AC have been adjusted on their token.
Oh, thank you.
They don't have 96 hit points. They have 20.
Yeah.
It's a second level spell that lasts for an hour.
Probe is already stretching it, but I've enjoyed Probe's company too much that I'm just going to allow it to continue to exist.
Thank you.
We didn't dick around upstairs at all. I don't know what you're talking about.
Look, if Probe goes away, I only get beeps and boops again.
The brief flash you have of like Probe coming back and you reconnecting to it, Neon, is that Stax temporarily saw Probe's true heaven, which was Probe getting an opportunity to clean Stax. Like that was what it's like choice in life. And the struggle was it did not get to do the thing where it like called everyone a meatbag, and it decided that wasn't that good of a life. So it like you shot it actually, and it woke up here being like, this is real.
It wasn't Archer strapped to a table consistently getting kicked in the nards over and over again
while cleaning
I think that was in the background.
Now, if that had been shown, that he may have stayed.
Yeah.
It got all three of us all in one go.
Yeah. We made a mistake. No, but it's so this is the cavern you find yourself. Once again, Astrid, you can feel a strong force pull to the mechanism that's in the middle of this room. It's some kind of great machine, and you can tell that like whatever it is lower down, like beneath the machine itself.
Mhm.
Feeling out, using force sense again. Aside from us, or foresight, sorry, any life forms or lack thereof that
There's two voids in the force, where the two droids are standing.
Yeah.
And you can tell that there's a lot of dust and things that have settled in here, and you can feel like the echoes of people that had once been in this room, including somebody who had chosen to die here. But that's about it.
we got two droids ahead.
Well, this seems like another perfect time for Probe to just.
You know, I was gonna, and you see Probe slightly lift off the ground for a second.
Not again! Not again! Help!
Father.
No,
Last time wasn't so bad.
it's a slight like 5 feet. It's like they are your people. Would you like to converse?
Racist.
What does that mean?
I don't
what
think
do
we
you
should
mean,
let Archer
you
try and
people?
talk to the droids because he doesn't speak binary, and mine is a little shoddy.
I will speak to the clankers.
Just a slur. I love it.
Clanker is our word.
Only a ginger can call another ginger. I like it.
Yeah, and Probe will move forward in a friendly manner.
Yeah, as you toddle forward, the droids don't move for the longest time until you get to the end of the pillar columns that are on the entryway here.
I can't move the boy.
So as Probe gets to here, both droids, like, it's like they wake up, and they stop and they go, halt. Does
halt?
Probe stop? Yeah, just halt.
Yeah, Probe will stop.
Okay.
Greetings.
You are not welcome here.
Hello there, everybody.
Yeah, it's exactly.
Kermit the
vibe.
droid here.
Explain.
This temple is protected.
From
Clearly not.
which entities?
All.
Incorrect. I
You see
have
them?
clearance.
Okay. What I need you to do
Yeah.
is I need you to get Probe to roll me a persuasion at disadvantage.
That'd be at a
for sure.
-1.
Yeah.
D20 -1.
1.
Oh, okay. So
2 minus 1,
no.
everyone.
that's a 1. A natural 1, but still a 1. Okay.
Flamethrowers out of the ground.
Yeah, right.
I
Probe.
mean,
Wasn't nice to know you. We'll
that's
see you again in
gonna
a few hours
be-
when you get remade.
What's
Oh, not that high.
what,
I'll tell
what's
you right now.
Probe's AC?
AC
13. It's
Yeah,
on the token.
13.
You can
Yeah,
control
there
it
it is.
now. Yeah.
Okay, because it's beyond 60 feet. It's like just beyond 60 feet. It is technically with disadvantage, which would be a 24 to hit.
You know what? That one,
Um,
that makes the difference. It still hits.
And it's gonna be Yeah, so that will be right. Yeah.
You can just click attack in the chat, David, as well, if you want.
For some reason, oh, can I?
Yeah.
So that'll be a total of 13 points of energy damage to Pro.
Okie dokie.
And as we all roll initiative, we
Ouch.
You want to?
we are gonna go into break.
Yeah, I was gonna say that
Ooh.
sounds like an excellent idea.
What the friggin' one?
What happens?
Not my
I see
life.
how it is. 2 battle droids. Hacks.
Wow, that's gonna suck for you guys. And we'll go to break.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
All right, we'll be back in what do we got? 10 to 8, 8:05. Be back at 8:05. See y'all
Okay,
real
15.
soon.
Gotcha.
That's me. And show me potato salad. Oh, you were one of those. Mac, I have no interest in your poly relationships.
My cube.
Oh, poly.
Well, David,
poly is
David, hold on,
fine.
David.
It's your poly relationships.
No, see, I can be someone's third, but I ain't having someone who has a third. I've been
okay.
someone's third. I just am not going to be dating someone and then dating outside that relationship.
That said, technical difficulties resolved. We have the
I'm glad
technology.
We all have our own preferences.
That said, David,
Yes.
if your internet cuts out and we're having a hard time, we'll call it for the night and resume for not next week because it's a stat, but the week after that.
We'll have a long.
Yeah,
a long
if your
one
internet
session.
cuts out again, whatever time is remaining, I will just freestyle jazz as stacks.
I'll go to bed. You do that.
I'll try out my freshly fixed, in air quotes, shower, and cry. But we last left off. Probe had just taken a couple of shots across the chest, and we had started combat. It is, in fact, the probes or the droids' turns, so they will be starting their defensive protocols by moving 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to there. And because Probe so far is the one who decided to work it, he's going to be unfortunately suffering the brunt of this one's anger. So we're going to go Badoop.
Please. Oh
Badoop.
no. Oh no.
So do a 21 or a 20 hit.
I mean, yeah, that looks like they both hit.
Okay, well, that is going to be a total of 11 damage onto Probe there.
Probe is going to take the it's gonna see the both the blasters come up and just go, oh no, and then get scattered to the ground in a bunch of junk as Probe unfortunately perishes.
Yeah, so that's that will be the first of the attacks there. And then how do I do this again?
What you looking for?
Invisibility.
Oh, you click the thing, you right click and send it to the GM layer in roll 20.
Ah,
The
excellent.
goon layer.
The goon layer.
The goon layer.
Yeah, the
In
second,
French, legume layer.
The bean layer.
Bean
the droid in
town.
the back goes executing defense
7-level
protocols
bean dip.
and goes you see this shimmer for a second and it goes and it's gone.
Astra dramatically throws off her Jedi-esque robe because it's fucking hot in here. I can only commit to the bit so far.
And that's Astrid. You're next. You're up.
Well, I see a probe droid, and I see a probe droid.
Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to roll that. Ignore that.
Yeah. I'm gonna pop up to here.
Mhm.
I'm going to reach into the small of my back and ignite a small yellow lightsaber. Start it right here, and use animate lightsaber with a bonus action and attack that droid.
Okay.
That's going to be a 22 to hit.
Yep, that'll hit.
5 energy damage on it.
Beautiful.
And then, let's see. Yeah. I'm going to use distant power on my force technique to bring the orange lightsaber up. And instead of hitting from 5 feet, I increase the range to 30 feet.
Okay.
And I'm going to bring the lightsaber down. And you just see the beam kind of... It strangely elongates, like Epion cutting a space station in half.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but I'm just going to
It's a
nod along
Gundam
like
Wing
I do.
reference. I'm sorry.
Okay.
It gets
I get what you're saying.
Yeah. It gets entirely too long and slams down like a pipe against the invisible one, who is not invisible to Astrid because of blind sight.
Okay. Give me a attack roll on that.
Yep. That's a 19 to hit.
That'll hit.
It's 12 points of energy damage.
Is it 12 points?
Yep.
Okay.
That's my action, bonus action, and move. And I'm just gonna stand there with the lightsaber in front of me.
Okay. Then that becomes Stax's turn.
Stax is going to beep and whir and shed a small mechanical tear for probe.
We hardly knew ye.
15, 20, 25. Next to where probe is. And then I am going to fire
My laser.
a laser.
Milady.
No, I'm going to barrage again. So I launch 486 projectiles. Each target must make a dexterity saving throw or takes 1 kinetic damage per projectile.
Okay, roll me your 4d6 projectiles. I'm assuming they're all going.
Projectiles.
And so that's 8 that the one has to make. Now, does it have to make per projectile aimed at it, or is it each creature makes it once?
It's each creature makes it once.
Okay.
And let me just check here real quick. To see, do I?
You have to
see
be able to
them?
see. Yeah.
I have to be able to see them. Yeah. Then he's gonna take 8 kinetic damage. On he has to make a dex of 13.
Okay. With a 21.
David, stop
make-
rolling so nice.
No. Is that your turn?
Yep.
Archer, you're up.
Cool. I can see one droid.
Yep.
Exciting.
I mean, that's one more droid than you could see before.
Tactically, Mac, if you want to get closer on the map, I can zoom it in for the audience a little more.
I'm a sniper.
I know.
No, I'm gonna move up to like here, so I'm not just looking through Stax's behind. As well molded as it was, and I'm gonna pull out my switch sniper, and I'm gonna make a shot with that bad boy.
Oh, I'm gonna take a shot.
Exactly. For a 23.
That'll hit.
For
Get
a
'em.
1d12 plus
good.
2 energy. For 12.
Against the one you can see, right?
Wait, that's a roll, not damage. Sorry. For some reason I clicked damage and it did the roll again.
Huh.
So 1 second /R1 D12 plus 2. That's weird. 12. Anyways. Still a 12.
Okay, perfect.
12 energy damage into its little robot throat.
Okay. Anything else?
Because one of them went invisible.
Yep.
They were pristine, but you said dust is everywhere else. I'm sniping down at this guy. And I make my shot. Do I see anything if I kind of aim the sniper down and look at the ground beside where the other droid was? A pattern of dust moving a certain direction?
Roll me a perception check with disadvantage for that one.
1.
Nope. You don't notice anything like that.
Okay.
And that's your turn? Excellent. The first droid, having been hit by Astrid, is going to return fire.
At myself or at
Astrid,
okay,
because you hit it and theoretically its companion, even if nobody else saw. So that is a 20 and a 27 to hit, with the second one being a natural 20.
I am going to use Force Shield.
Okay.
That brings my AC only up to a 19.
So both of those hit.
Because I don't know what you're actually rolling, so that's what Astrid would do, is try and stop them.
Yeah.
And it's going to take the hits, so my AC is now 19, and I take them both.
Is rolling a 0 supposed to be a 0, or is that supposed to be a 10?
It shouldn't be a 0. If you had damage doubled, just double the dice normally.
Okay. It rolled 2 and it gave me a +0 on the end. I was like, that's weird.
That's weird.
Yeah, okay. So that is going to be 16 plus 6 is going to be 22 points of damage against Astrid.
All right. I'm at 1. Oh wait, no. I'm at 6. I had 8 on. I'm good. Ow. Fucking ow. I like it.
And that is that droid's turn. This droid there, and then like that, is gonna come up next to you and 25 and 23.
Both hit.
We die here.
For
Astrid is
5
dead.
points of damage,
Down to 1.
and then that's going to be 8 points of damage.
Rumples. Womp. Hope you brought a med kit.
Astrid, to me alone, I need you to make me a death saving throw.
There you go.
Well,
Okay. Stacks, it's your turn.
yeah. Yeah. Well, hell.
Oh, my baby. Hello, my honey.
This I need to find an answer for this.
I have been waiting for a combat encounter where I get to use the death saving behind the DM screen this entire time. You have no idea.
Yes.
Oh yeah, no, I absolutely. Um. I am going to. I'm gonna pop my little scatter gun out and take a shot at this droid that's right in front of me.
Okay. Roll me an attack.
9.
As you shoot, you watch the droid kind of like deke to the side and avoid the attack.
And I am going to give a potent aptitude to Archer with a bonus action.
Wait,
so you get to add.
wait. No, hold on. That's
Oh.
not correct. It will be hard to fail, but it is actually, I'm looking at it, it is a 10-foot cube spray.
That's a choice.
Oh, is it a choice?
Yeah. So burst 2.
Oh, okay.
I can choose to do burst 2 to create a 10-foot cube spray that causes dex, or I can attack normally.
Slug or buckshot.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so you're taking a second shot with your...
Oh no, I meant to pop open the options. I just clicked the gun by accident.
Okay.
I just
I was
misclicked.
gonna say, that's not a roll you want to see with a friend down next to somebody.
No. My bonus action is going to be spending a potent aptitude point to give Archer a D4 on their next attack roll or saving throw. Basically, bardic inspiration.
Okay. And that means Archer. Both Probe and your Jedi are down. What do you do?
Well, I don't care that Probe's down. That was expected.
Ouch.
You know I've never liked Probe.
But he liked you.
No, he didn't.
You're right.
See? I kind of still got my sniper up, and I kind of like, from my little ammo belt, as I'm like popping out the power shot, just kind of like flick one up, and I catch one in the chamber for a cryogenic blast. So I'm gonna take aim towards it, and I'm gonna select whatever random long range gun I have, but it's just like a random unarmed or a ranged tech attack.
Would Archer know about like ion stuff on droids? I know Mac's less of a Star Wars fanboy.
I wasn't gonna give it to him, but if you want to, I won't stop you.
Ion stuff?
It's-
Ion and electric.
So if you do ion or electric damage to droids, they have disadvantage on any saving throws associated with them.
Please ignore everything that
I
I'm
don't
doing.
have that kind of damage available to myself. I have kinetic and energy and cold.
Okay. Fair enough.
So no.
Moot
So I'm gonna make
points.
a range attack. Even with that 4, it ain't gonna matter.
What's
Nat 1, baby.
which droid were you attacking?
Only one. The one like that just downed. The one I can see that just downed our doobly doo.
Well, you can see both. Both of them are now visible.
That
one?
Actually, no, it wouldn't make sense because he became visible while I was still kind of aimed in on the other one. So the one in the back.
Okay.
With the floating lightsaber beside it.
Yeah, because I was literally
it
like
still
this,
floating?
and I like pulled it, and then like dropped the charge in. Didn't even pull away.
It's not
Yeah, so-
concentration.
The first droid, as it like uncloaked, it like bent its head to like avoid the shot, and the second droid, it was almost like it saw it coming, reached a hand out, and like your shot exploded across its hand. Roll me.
So when that
a
happens,
percentile.
hold on. I'm still casting Ice Knife, even if I miss.
Fair point.
Fucking ice knife.
I love Ice Knife.
My favorite spell. I need them to make a dexterity saving throw.
Does an 11 pass?
Where's my-
Or
why isn't it in here?
What's your
sorry,
hold on.
I should correct that because I rolled the wrong thing.
what's your
I'm gonna take the-
intelligence, Mac?
My intelligence is 12.
I'm gonna take the original roll, which was a 7, and I'm gonna add the 7, so it's a 14. Is actually what is a
Your-
14 pass.
Your force powers are an 11.
Yeah.
Or your tech powers.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So they would pass.
Okay.
Nothing happens. It just explodes on their hand as ice kind of like around them.
It looks really cool. Like it was really, really cool. And then roll me a D percentile, please. A D100 if you would. Which
28. maybe?
which rifle did you make that attack with again? Is that your switch
technically
gun?
my switch sniper?
It's jammed. It'll
but
take you a round to unjam it.
Bum, bum, bum.
I'm gonna murder you.
Technically, these droids are going to murder us.
I've got like 4 other long guns on my back. I ain't fucking worried. Let's go, baby.
So he steps kind of casually around.
Sorry, I hadn't done my movement yet. I realized
Sorry, go ahead.
having like my shot explode off this dude's hand. I'm a duck behind this pillar after seeing my gun jam. See if I can make some time to figure something else out, swapping guns or whatever.
Okay. So Stacks, the far one is now next to you. It's
Wee woo.
it's actually just gonna stand, look at you, and then turn invisible. The one that's a little ways away from you is going to take a couple shots at you.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ. How do a 25 and a 17 do against
Yeah,
you?
those both hit. Yeah, we're good.
That's going to be 12 points of energy damage.
Okay.
And unfortunately, it doesn't stop there.
Oh no.
You're going to take an additional 5 extra damage on top of that, as it's using its droid synergy.
Sneak attack.
Yeah, I follow. Okay.
We got some problems going on here.
Astrid.
This is the part where they struck me down, so I've become more powerful than they could possibly imagine, right? Right? That's how that works.
I'm going to need another roll,
Yep.
please. In this moment, I need you to can you roll me a perception check?
Yeah. I could probably do that.
This might be a 3-episode arc, y'all.
That's a 9.
At the fringes of your consciousness, you can feel like somebody's trying to communicate with you. You can't quite connect with it.
I, in my stupor state, leave myself open to it.
Okay.
Yep.
Stacks, you're back up to the top of the order.
Yeah. It's safe to assume that the droid who turned invisible is still next to me.
You could
and
probably
there's
make
a
that
droid
assumption.
a block or two away from me. Oh boy. Two, 4. Oh, okay, hold on. Yeah, 4. How many? Oh God. The math on this, it's got to be big moves or we're done. Stacks. Yeah, I'm gonna pop open. Oh gosh. Okay, so the audio disc, like the audio file plate that sits underneath the glass dome is going to collapse and slide apart. And a little plate rises up instead, and on that plate there are 2 fragmentation mines and 6 fragmentation grenades.
Okay.
Stacks, in one of his little robot hands, is just gonna hold out the remote detonator for the mines.
They've got a remote detonator.
Oh!
And just
no, Stacks, no.
just like
No, Stacks, don't.
and in binary it's we better all calm the hell down or this whole place is going.
I like it.
Oh, never mind. Go, Stacks, go.
Roll me intimidation. Yeah, roll me intimidation with advantage.
21.
You watch the droid that can see you visibly stop. It raises its blaster to point at you. And you can see it thinking this over. As you understand droid body language.
I'm crazy.
Are you gonna do anything else with your turn?
I'm gonna hold my action.
Beautiful. Archer, you're up. You heard the commotion of conflict from around, and then it just stopped. There's just the pause, and you can hear Stacks has done something.
I am going to move up to the corner and take a quick peek, and I'm assuming I'm going to see this little self-detonator arm with a plate of grenades on top of their head. Cool. I'm going to grab both my fragments, just kind of swing the gun back as I grab my 2 fragmentation grenades, and all you see from behind the pillar is 2 hands go with holding 2
extra grenades.
Because you're next to the pillar, roll me another intimidation check with advantage. Okay.
I still use that D4?
Yeah,
Yes.
you can.
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Yay!
14.
Okay. Okay.
Screaming.
If I'm dying, I'm having fun
Remember,
doing
kids,
it.
not every combat is made to whittle down hit points to 0.
This one might be.
This one might be.
Okay.
Join us next stream
Okay.
for Oberon's solo adventure.
Lickin' Lycan. Lycan and friends.
4 hours of describing Lycan.
Okay. I can work with that. You see, Archer, you gonna do anything else to your turn before I get too far into this?
I look around, kind of pull the grenades and kind of hold them out, kind of peek my head around with like this, just these red eyes in the darkness, just staring out. I'm gonna like kind of half cock the trigger on it. I'm sure droid eyes can see pretty well.
You've like pushed the buttons to prime them, and you're like holding them up like a fucking
Yeah, it's Jabba's
just like
palace
this.
with Leia disguised as the bounty hunter. Like the thermal detonator is activated. It is live.
That is a
Yeah,
live.
but I'm still
grenade.
behind the pillar.
Okay. Okay. Stacks. I need you to make
Yes.
me a dexterity check with advantage.
14.
Okay. Okay. From its cloak, the droid reaches out and tries to grab the detonator. The pair of you having matched, there's kind of like a scuffle as it's like
for sure.
desperately trying to grab the detonator away from you.
Yeah.
But
You know when two kids are wrestling over a stuffed animal?
100%. Both of them have their hands on it, but it's a kind of a stalemate that you're at with this thing. And it stops and it looks at you, and it's clearly considering its options, right? And you can see that it's kind of doing the like, I could try this, but it stops, and it kind of like leans back a little bit from the moment and raises its hands upwards towards you and goes, leave and no harm.
Let me get my friend off the floor.
Leave, no harm.
Leave no harm. The remote detonator goes back into the body. I tut my way over to that's a measuring tool. Yeah, to probe. I bring probe back. I leave Astrid on the floor, and we leave. No, just
Flesh
kidding.
bags.
All droid story. And I will use a tech ability here to produce a back-to-pack, which will... It is an action, so I just make it right now, but when it's used, it'll be 1d6 plus my tech casting ability modifier in healing to Astrid.
Okay.
I like it.
You will have to apply it to Astrid.
Yeah.
You are temporarily out of combat.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a d6 plus your int?
Yeah, 1d6 plus my int. That's 9.
Beautiful. It's like half Astrid's hit points right there.
Good. And then I will bonus action to use my droid ability of integrated engineering to use one of my hit dice as a bonus action to heal up.
Okay.
I like it. I look at the droids and well, I take everything in for a second, and I start walking towards Probe. And can Probe actually be healed?
No.
Or is this like the spell is gone?
Once he is destroyed, the spell is gone.
Okay. I'm going to dump a second level heal into myself.
Fair.
Now here's a question for you, David.
Mm-hmm.
Most droids within the Star Wars universe, there have been episodes of like Clone Wars and things like that where a character has just gone up to a droid, flicked a switch, and turned it off.
There's specific rules in the player's handbook about how on-off works with droids. Yeah.
Okay.
It makes a joke about the on-off spell for a droid is called putting a blaster between their shoulder blades.
Gotcha. Even though within the Star Wars universe, they have turned on and off droids.
Yeah. There's a force power that does it. But
gotcha.
So it's like I would give you an opportunity, like a one-off opportunity to attempt to like dexterity check them, and try to disable at least one of them. But it would have to be a physical, like it's not the spell on off. It's you physically like move up and try and like turn it off quickly.
Yeah, I'm going to kind of continue to apply the back-to-pack to Astrid, and in like moving around her to like kind of patch things up, apply gel when needed. I would love to use my sleight of hand to try and like and just hit an off switch.
This is gonna be poor.
So I will give you this. Are you still holding the explosives?
They are still present on the plate, but I'm not actively holding the detonator.
Okay. I will give you this option ahead of time. The droid is watching you.
Yeah.
As you move around.
Okay.
Because you have a plate of explosives and have previously been hostile to it.
Yes. It was hostile first, to be fair.
Sure. But if you we will give you an opportunity, it will be a disadvantage, and this is your DM insight into if you want to try, I will not stop you.
Can I get up off the ground as this is happening, please?
Yes, you can.
Oh, okay. I gird my loins, stand up.
Are we still in combat?
You are in paused combat. So there's no turn order right now, but if combat resumes, we will pick up where we left off.
Yes. Leading to... Nope, bad idea. Never mind. Even for Archer, it's a bad idea.
I'm gonna, as this is happening and Astrid gets up, since we're
actually
out of a combat sort of thing, you're just gonna see the lightsaber start slowly drifting back to my hand.
Okay.
And I'm gonna use upheld by the Force. Go for it, Stax.
I'm going to call out to Stax from behind the pillar.
Yeah.
And I will say, this reminds me of Isocron 455. Now, what that means is in relation to a move we've done previously.
Yeah.
Where, using my grappling hook, we've dumped your plate of... Like, I like put the grappling hook on something, walk up with it behind my back, and then like quickly grab onto you and pull it as we both fly back from this automated grappling hook, allowing all of your grenades to spill on the ground. And I will say these words, and you can either give me a sounds like a good idea or sounds like a terrible idea.
James, is this ability that you put in the chat the one you just gave me?
No, it's the one that I just gave myself.
Oh, you just gave yourself? Okay.
Yeah. Upheld by the Force is, for all intents and purposes, rage, but for sorcerers.
Gotcha. Yeah, I will beep back to Archer with a yeah, it does. Just like a boop 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 boop. Mm-hmm.
Cool. As they're healing and beeping at me, I'm going to like take my grappling hook and just kind of like,
And I'll
as all the
rotate my
commotion's
way
going on
around
yeah,
to start to leave.
and I'll just like hold it into the wall, and I'll be like, as I'm gonna yell as I press the trigger so it like embeds itself into the stone, and go, all right, I'm coming out, grenades are gone. And I'm going to, with it in the wall, kind of clip it back onto my belt in the back, and I'm going to start walking forward with the cable stretching out as I walk. Until I get up to this one, being as distracting as possible. Like, grenades are gone. Grenades are gone. Da-da-da-da-da.
Yes.
And I'm going to kind of like give a hold onto Stacks there, and then look at our other friend who's just gotten himself off the ground. Be like, I think you should start walking to the exit.
You're speaking sense, and I hold the two lightsabers and I start walking back. I'm keeping a really cautious eye as I step away from this one that I have.
Mm.
Yes.
And the one lightsaber's floating beside me as I go, because technically it's not a concentration thing, it just keeps going.
Yes. As you get to about up there, I am going to yell, leg it! As I like tighten my grip and I engage my grappling hook to pull us both back, spilling the grenades at the feet of these two droids.
Not even a cheese it.
Roll me. I will
Sorry
give you
for
a
the
choice in
convoluted
this.
way.
I will give you a choice in this. Roll me either a dexterity or a strength check.
Oh, absolutely. Dexterity. 12.
Do I get to help at all?
Stacks give me a dexterity check as well with advantage.
21.
Oh,
Oh, that saved your ass. So as Archer grabs onto you, you like spin around and like clamp onto him effectively.
Yeah.
Which is good because he is able to maintain his grip on the grappling hook and the way it's hooked on and make sure it stays.
Mhm.
And that pulls back no problem. And his grip starts to slip as you just like tighten in and you're like absolutely like a cat you're about to put into a cat carrier. And it's like, oh no, this is not happening. It's that action. And you guys fling back and the grenades pile at the feet of these two droids.
now,
I'm
we swing back, I did it, into the wall, so it's going to kind of like whoop us around behind this pillar.
Yeah, 100%. That's fine. So move yourselves. I will give you effectively the opportunity to, you've moved yourself to where you want to be. And Astrid, I will give you one reaction to move accordingly.
Oh, was
it not this front pillar, Archer? No, it was the back one.
Okay.
It was
No, you guys were here. That was the pillar.
That's not
you
where
were
I
at.
was. I was at the back that I was shooting at. I was not that close.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Remember, because James kept saying, "Do you want to move forward so I can
Oh
put
yeah,
you in
Adjust
frame
your
of combat?"
Yeah. If they're running up that way, I'm absolutely going to phase step and set myself up. They just see me like step into the floor and go whoop.
The droids look down at the
Boom.
ground, at the remnants of grenades, and like
Yeah.
there's a moment where like you might actually feel bad for them as they're very clearly like, oh no.
See Probe's hand just kind of do this.
Yeah, it's the Terminator hand from Probe.
What do they need to do?
They need to make. Okay, I don't know how you want to do this because there is
Like
2
14
mines
saves.
and 6 frag grenades in that pile.
Okay, so
And technically they would all be different dex saves, but it's a dex save 14 for the mines and a 14 dex save for the grenades as well.
okay, and that's for okay.
So it'd be
So-
8 times 2 is 16d10.
Or half of that if
Or
failed,
half
I
of that
imagine,
if they
right? Okay.
if they if they
Um,
succeed.
So the top one succeeds on his saving throw.
Mhm.
For which
and-
ones?
I
They're all
guess, yeah.
booming at the same time. Like,
Yeah, if it's a 14 straight across, so they both pass their checks. So roll me damage.
Still get this damage.
71.
Okay.
And when the explosion goes off, Stax will play out the loudest speaker possible. Oh, it didn't work. Hold on. Out the loudest speaker possible, Stax will just play.
Game!
David's like, what the fuck just happened?
No, I'm so here for it. It's not even funny.
this is some R2D2 bullshit right here.
Oh
yeah.
yeah, I'm
in character
so
creation,
here for this.
I said I'm gonna
Um,
call out random things from our past that don't actually
Yeah,
mean anything and
absolutely.
then tell you what they mean.
No, that's
You-
that's part of being like a traveling troupe is that like remember when we did this? It's like yes, tell me what that is.
Remember that?
Um,
Remember that
is
droid I
there
kissed
any, like-
in 2011?
Is there any like pushback or anything like that on these attacks?
It's just-
or...
Nope,
Just
it's
straight
all
boom damage.
straight kinetic damage.
So the smoke clears, and the 2 droids are standing there. They're still weirdly immaculate. Like they look fine. It's the way they move that you know something is horribly wrong with both of them, as they kind of like jitter a little bit, and they like turn to
Uh-huh.
where you're standing, and we resume combat from this point.
How are they alive?
They have a
Oh.
lot of hit points.
Yes.
Oh god.
Okay. Where would...
Well, shit.
If I hadn't put my grenades away, I would have dropped mine too.
It's okay.
It was a golden plan, and I'm here for it. I'm so here for it.
Well,
So
Do these pillars go up to the ceiling?
yeah, they're the whole way up.
All right.
You can't like you would know that because you don't rely on sight to see.
Yeah.
But they're like those who can't see. It fades into darkness. It's so tall. Like the Terminator after being absolutely had the shit kicked out of it. Like it's dragging one leg to the side and it like drags itself over to this point. And turns to shoot at Stax.
do I get cover from the pillar?
Yes, so it's doing
Okay.
this at disadvantage.
Still a 20.
So the first one's a 20,
Yeah.
which that'll be 8 points of energy damage. The second one's a 10.
That misses.
Okay.
How can it
And it-
see them?
And so it's
Well,
like
half cover, full
Oh.
cover rules, Mac.
Hold on,
Yeah.
hold on. I'm also small. Would that benefit the
right.
cover even more? Because it might be like half covered for a regular sized person, but I'm a small person.
yeah.
So normally with cover, like if it's half covering your body, it's a +2 to your AC. If it's
Gotcha.
covering 3/4 of your body, it's a +5 to your AC. If it's total cover, they need to be able to hit you by drawing a direct line. It has to be able to zero in on you. What's
what
the
is-
scenario here?
What's Stax's AC?
13.
So I'll still say the first one hits. It's a
Okay.
glancing blow.
For sure.
But the second one's like a very complete miss.
Sounds good.
It's wide, like the arm is flailing. The only reason the first shot hit was
Mhm.
pure luck. Which will end its turn.
General
Oops, I-
rule of thumb for small characters is
Destroys backwards.
if a medium-sized character has half cover from something, a small-sized character usually has 3/4 cover from it
Gotcha.
for ease.
Yeah, that's what it's gonna do. This one only makes it to there. And Astrid, it's your turn.
I shoot a dirty glance across.
Stax gives you a thumbs up with the Zippo lighter.
Astrid specifically is gonna like start climbing this pillar using the friction gear,
Mm-hmm.
a full 30 feet up,
Okay.
and using a bonus action is gonna send that force saber back down again.
Okay.
So climbing 30 feet and sending the force saber down. We'll roll to hit. We'll see. That's a 12 to hit. Probably not going to do.
Unfortunately, won't do. Even in this state, they're still holding it together pretty well.
Yep. And then just gotta do it. They're within 120 feet of me. You
Yep.
see Astrid like hold her lightsaber in her teeth for a second, and hold two hands out and just like make metal horns and point at both of them. And I'm gonna twin spell force lightning.
Okay.
Shock, but
Hell yeah.
so shock on the first one. That's on the right. That's a 19 to hit.
Yep, that'll hit.
Okay, it takes 9 lightning damage.
Okay.
I don't know what that does to a droid in this, but yeah. And then the other one is going to take. That's an 18 to hit.
Sorry, one quick second here. The what? Sorry.
An 18 to
18
hit.
to hit. That'll hit.
That's 8 points of lightning damage.
Okay.
And discretion being the better part of valor. Instead of climbing up 30, I'll do 25 and like inch behind the pillar instead.
Okay.
I'd also like to get me some of that sweet cover.
Stacks, you're up.
Yeah, Stax will lean forward a little bit, and one of the spice stacks pops open, and Stax, very much like on the original cruiser we on the Stalwart Finch, Stax is going to cast Concealed Caltrops and just layer this entire middle area with caltrops. So it becomes difficult terrain.
Right. That. Do you want to circle the area for me that you're
Yeah.
putting it down?
Yeah. It's 20-foot radius, so. Okay.
If you're using the draw tool, you can drag and then tap the right click to
move it?
or sorry, if you're using the distance tool, if you're mapping it out, you can drag, click, drag, click, drag, click.
It's about yay.
Jesus.
Yep.
Okay.
That's 20 radius to the center. So 40.
Okay. Anything else?
So that's difficult terrain. That is their action. I will use my bonus action to give a point of potent aptitude to Astrid this time.
Okay.
All right.
Archer, it is your turn. Give me just one quick second. I have to blow my nose. I will be 2 seconds.
They're stuck.
Nerds blow their nose.
Then you must be a nerd.
Never blown my nose in my life.
That explains
dare
a
you.
lot.
Potent aptitude is a D4 on stuff.
1d4, yeah. 1d4 to attack or
It's bardic inspiration,
yeah, basically.
but baby bardic
Basically,
inspiration.
if my plan failed, we were gonna have a bad time because you were low. I'm not good up close as much as I am at distance.
I was 100% planning to just blow myself up, not gonna lie to you.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. That's why I was like, can't let that happen.
Yeah.
So Astrid totally is decked out in healing equipment and, med packs and emergency batteries for stacks and whole 9 yards. It doesn't do me a lick of good if I die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ability check, attack roll, or saving throw. Add 1d4 to it for the next 10 minutes. You have the ability to do so.
Sounds good.
Archer, your turn. Let's go.
Those two were together. That's the wrong. Sneak my way out as I'm doing that, kind of like swinging my body with the right motion and pull out my next non-jammed weapon. My regular old bow. My bow rifle. My Oh no, because I had my switch sniper. That's what got fucked up. Yeah, so a bow rifle, in the blaster rifle format, and I will again pull out the shot and kind of like quickly pop in the tech feature. I'm just doing this for my own visual. Another Herbidur with the Herbidur. God, what's it called in here? Cryogenic blast. Actually, you know what? Hold on. I might have a cooler option.
It's hard to be cooler than cryogenic.
I mean, it is Ice Knife, so it's anything is going to be cooler than Ice Knife.
No, I forgot that this is an ability that happens around me. I can't place it elsewhere. So never mind. I shoot out my best spell ever, James. For a 21.
That'll hit. Which one are you attacking?
Cool. The one on the left.
This one?
Sure. So it's gonna take the 1d10 kinetic damage.
Okay, roll that for me.
Suppose I can do that. That'll be 7.
Okay.
Then I need a dexterity saving throw
From just that one?
from both of them.
Okay. So first one gets an 18.
Yes, sir, Doodle.
And second one absolutely whiffs it with a natural 1.
Cool. The one that didn't whiff it, the one that did whiff it, will take 2d6 cold damage for a total of 7 more points.
Okay.
And then I will go back around the pillar, but more over to this side, fully out of their sight.
Okay. So this one
Someone can't see me from motherfucker.
as the ice blast goes into it, you watch it like reach up to like kind of for the thing as like the ice forms over top of it, and you watch the facade fall away, and this droid is like old, and the armor that was so pristine and clean like immediately rusts away, and it just kind of like its knees give out and it falls over and it just crumples.
Do I do I hear this crumpling in the echoes of the chamber?
As you go to like wiggle around, you watch it like rosebud and fall over.
I let out a Yahoo as I from behind the corner.
Yeah, celebratory air honks from Stacks.
Okay, I gotta know how smart this one is. Okay. It's gonna take one step, which I know means it's gonna take
2d4.
The
I believe.
2d4. Can you roll that for
Yeah.
me?
Absolutely. It's also double movement because it's
Yeah.
difficult terrain, right? 3. Does it die?
No. But,
Sounds like a close to die.
Come on.
David's like, these guys are gonna kick your ass, and we're like, no, they're not.
No,
I mean, they almost had us.
They
Yeah.
most certainly were. Yes.
you guys pulled a win out of your ass on that one. Yeah, Stacks, it's gonna try and make its attacks at you at disadvantage.
For sure.
Does
No.
a natural 1 or an 11 hit?
No.
They started
Neither.
this so strong. Okay. So it's like as it fires, you watch like the end of its blaster like kind of melt off, and it like regards this for a second, and just drops what's left of it. Astrid, it's your turn.
Discretion is the better part of valor, and that floating lightsaber. I feel like the minute mark is coming pretty close, so this will probably be the last opportunity with it. That's a 17 to hit.
That'll hit
All right.
for 12 points
12.
of damage.
Yep.
What does it look like as your lightsaber dispatches this droid?
It's are they like Roger Clanker
No,
models?
they're like, they're very like, imagine if
HK-47s?
more if like C-3PO was like kind of regal looking.
Okay. It's looking at its burnt out blaster rifle, and you just see like from the front of it, it's got a Roger face because there's a yellow lightsaber protruding through its face and looking down,
I love it. I'm here for it.
and it whips around and floats up into the darkness.
And that ends both of those droids.
Phenomenal. Good job, team.
Indeed. Excellent teamwork. You hear called down from the darkness.
Excellent. That leaves us in.
Look, it was either I did something smart or I pulled another dead person's sled.
So that whole area is just full of caltrops, isn't it?
Oh, I can get rid of them.
Do you have a magnet?
Oh, it's just concentration. So
See.
I just stopped concentrating.
And they fold up like paper.
And you're left in this cavern.
Depending on what you're looking for, David,
Mhm.
vault is quite nice too.
That works, yeah.
It's got some gravitas. Astrid is going to climb back down and meander over to Stacks. And oh hey there, bud. I can't heal you, little buddy. You ain't got no meat sacks.
In binary, that's none of my own.
Yeah. Fair enough.
And I'll use another one of my rapid reconstruction points to roll myself another D8 hit die.
Yeah.
We're good enough.
That was surprisingly painful. That said, something tried to talk to me when I was on the floor. Like, didn't feel malevolent at all. So, yeah, just it's a thing that happened. It might happen to you too. Why don't
Well,
we
something
go take a
happened
look?
when I was something happened when I was coming in the bloody door.
Oh,
They're all like, "Oh, here's your perfect life," and I was like, "That's not my perfect life," and they basically kicked me out of my own dream space.
oh, that's not what happened with me.
That's unfortunate.
I basically had to relive a conversation that I had, but with more recent people in additions to my life. And it's not like
Yeah.
I made any different choices.
No, they tried to show me what life would have been like if I had stayed with the Chiss and the Ascendancy.
That would have
And,
sucked.
Yes, and they for some reason thought that would be a great thing that would entice me to listen or do something. I don't know. Regardless, it was horrible.
Did yours have too many fingers on their hands as well? Canonically?
I wasn't. I had many. There was too many people around me to count fingers. There was a lot of parties, which you'd think would be my thing, but it was not. Ugh, too much attention. I love attention, but I don't want to be that much attention.
Stax is probe back.
Yeah, I'm bringing him back. We're talking. I'm bringing Probe back.
Made out of
except-
the parts?
Yeah. Here's the fun bit is I did find some extra like thermal blaster bits, and he now does have a flamethrower instead of a probe.
I like it.
Is his name still Probe?
Yes.
Okay, not pyro.
No.
All right.
His name is still Probe because I think that's funny.
So
Perfect.
that machine that was in front of us, is it whirling? Is it turning? Is it?
It's currently stagnant.
Can I use my?
Oh, go ahead.
No, you do your thing. I don't want
I was gonna say, I approach because for all I know that this is some sort of giant library turntable that's gonna hand me any book that I read, and I'll give it to Stax because Stax has better eyes than I do.
Dax has eyes.
So the room, the
Technically
center
not.
of the room, is a large. It almost looks like several pieces of a floor, that have been shifted out of the way. You can see machinery that would allow it to like reconfigure, and there's on either side, operating consoles. They're manual, like they're made of stone, but you can still tell there's technology that plays into the way this all fits together. Sitting in front of either console is a glowing like orb, about the size of a soccer ball.
I wonder if it's got a port for you there. Let's go take a look, and I'll approach one.
Left or right?
I'm gonna pick the right one,
Right one.
not
Okay.
the wrong one.
I will go left.
So on the right side, the console has 4 indentations, and then the orb is sitting kind of like it would be just behind it, like it's sitting on top of it. And you can tell that the indentations are almost like buttons. The left side is almost identical. The only difference is there is a lever on the right hand side of the piece. Looks like if you pulled it, it would do something.
I get a vibe of like put these in the right position and then pull the lever.
Pull the lever,
And then
Kronk.
boom.
Wrong lever.
Wrong lever.
I like it. What about what's past here?
For sure. So on the other side, there's more of the pillars, and there's it almost looks like an altar of sorts. There's some kind of table of stone that glitters on the other side, and then there's an actual like inscription behind it. Right now, from where those who have eyes stand, it's almost like a perfect gold. And then with your, how far is your foresight again?
Uno momento, I will tell you. It's the default of whatever the power gives me. So that's gonna be foresight is 30 feet.
Oh, okay, never mind then.
I can push out sense force
Yeah.
out to like 500 feet.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I was just curious how far you can see.
Yeah. 30 feet, 30-foot blind sense around me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's if it's not like feeling out with the force for intuition and things like that, it's a hard 30 feet.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna, because again, mechanisms are not Astrid's jam. And unless there's something that's intuitively like, here's an object attuned to the force in some way, her contribution level to it is minimal. I think this is why her and Stax get along so well. Stax shores up a lot of the things that Astrid's just not good at, like flying places and, jabbering about a lot of things. Jibber jabber.
It's almost like every Jedi had a droid for a reason.
Seeing Astrid and Probe there, or sorry, Stax and Probe there. Astrid's just gonna kind of circumnavigate the thing and head north a little bit.
Okay.
Just like slowly taking their time, feeling things out.
Yeah, Probe and I are going to start kind of investigating these mechanisms, see what's moving, what's not, what's supposed to move.
For sure. I'm going to give you some time because there's nothing going on. That you and Probe take the opportunity to like really delve in and see. One of the things you notice is like the indents that you see as you press them, gears and machine turn and like bits and pieces, like you see like segments like lift up in a line and like fall back down, and it's like bits are clicking into place. But then like as you push another button, different bits click into place, and they all seem to kind of move. Like there's no real immediately noticeable pattern to how they move.
Right. Okay. Then yeah, I think Probe and I will just kind of press buttons, see what they do, communicate back and forth, and see if we can start to work towards cracking whatever this is.
Okay. I'm gonna give me a technology check really super quick.
Yeah. Is with Probe helping, is that with advantage?
Sure, I'll give you advantage on that.
24.
Okay. I'm gonna keep that in mind. I'm gonna bounce over to Archer, see what Archer's up to, and we'll come back to that.
Sounds good.
Are there anything on these downed droids that might be of interest to me?
There is a very old blaster on one of them, the one that you downed with ice. It's just a run-of-the-mill blaster.
But it's old.
It's old. It's like an antique.
I will take the antique blaster.
Okay.
And if that's all there is, I will keep my antique blaster and then kind of walk over a bit of distance, like 15 feet from what's going on, and just kind of stare inquisitively, waiting for something to blow up.
For sure. Astrid, you seem to have wandered yourself to a location. Tell me about what you're doing.
So I remember the conversation that took place regarding that child's lightsaber.
Mm-hmm.
And placing it in a special place. And as I'm walking around and like feeling out, it feels like this is a place to make an offering of some kind or to leave a remnant of some kind.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to keep that in mind for when Stax has a moment.
Mm-hmm.
And just meandering around, there seems to be some kind of like rubbish over in the northern section over here, close to where that altar you described.
For sure. So the section you've wandered towards, it feels the most out of place for the rest of this space.
Newer?
No, it's as equally old. Something about this space has preserved things as they were, for the most part. The books still feel fresh in your hand. There's piles of them, and they don't feel like bound books, like somebody is studying something. They feel to you more like somebody's journal might feel.
Okay.
There's the indentations on the paper feel like somebody had written something down in these.
Astrid puts the hands-free comm link into her ear and touches a hand to her wrist pad, and you see a small blue kind of help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi, you're my only hope sort of light start reading through a page. And it's just like reading it back in whatever language it's in appears in her ears.
Okay, just gotta find what I'm just doing a random search through.
Prosthetics and technology.
It is a journal. Somebody whose thoughts kind of seemed to be slipping away. And it reads, "The days have grown even darker within the confines of the temple. The force seems distant yet close all at once. And I can feel the echoes. What was, what could be people's hopes. But they also feel farther. I don't know how long it's been. I can't remember what the sun looks like or how grass felt beneath my feet. Just the droids. I think I've had enough." And that's the entry that you skimmed over.
Mm-hmm. Was it the last entry in the book?
No, it's not.
Okay. Yeah.
You flipped towards the end, but it's one of the entries. As you skim through, this is a Jedi who's been in here from the accounts of the book at this point for several years.
Yeah.
With food rations and enough supplies to theoretically maintain this space, as far as they were concerned, indefinitely. And it's them talking about the fact of a cataclysm that they couldn't quite understand befalling the planet. They speak about it as though it weren't a natural occurrence, as though it were something that had a force that had actively done this. And they're tired. They talk about how when people came to consult and share that it was easier, but now to be left here alone, effectively sealed in, has started to drive this Jedi mad, and they have started to question their place in the Force. This book is from the early days of the High Republic. The last Jedi Sith War is memorable enough that while this Jedi wasn't a participant, It is something frequent enough that they can question whether or not they were the good guys.
Understood. Astrid's going to pocket the journal.
Okay.
And the general sense that she's had from this, and she's probably muttering to herself at this point. You get better answers that way. This thing is not a library as such. I mean, it could function as the one. It's like, show me a world where I read every book in the Grand Library on Coruscant. But it's more than that. If you had the ability, it's like those, if you had the ability to relive a day and not make any mistakes, you would go insane. And it's tempting, but it's too much. But Astrid doesn't have any inklings one way or the other for a sense of moral justice or a sense of like a thirst for power. That it just seems like it's like, oh yeah, no, you could totally open your front door with a tank. It would totally do the job. That seems nonsensical. Why would you consider using this thing? It's interesting and it's fascinating that it's here, but the answers you get aren't going to be of any use, truly. So she walks back to Stax.
Stax, you and
Yeah.
Probe have spent this entire time and realized that it is a combination lock of sorts. You need to enter a combination, one side, then the next, one side, then the next, one side, then the next. And it requires cooperation to open. It's quite the brute force to figure out, especially because you don't know which side's the correct side to start on. So it's taken some time, but you've also figured out there's probably an answer around here somewhere.
Yeah. Stax is probably gonna have a few different, like, okay, well, there's a book over there that might be it. But like Astrid's got it. And Stax is gonna take a moment and roll up to like this golden tablet and give it a quick scan, see what it says.
There's an altar there. If you wanted to
Yeah.
leave that thingy.
Oh, I feel like I stepped on the altar. No.
No, so basically as you roll up, you can see over the edge of this thing, like, so the surface in front of you, the tall segment, it's a perfectly polished gold, and there's a surface in front of you that is a mirrored perfectly polished gold, and there's a pile of papers that have stacked up on it, and there's kind of like some stuff around,
Yeah.
but as you roll closer to it, the surface ripples for a second, and it seems to be waiting for something.
Stax. Yeah, I'm gonna pop the old defunct lightsaber out and just push it into this wobbly gold mirror.
So as you place the lightsaber down on the surface, it ripples away, kind of like you've placed it in a shallow pond. But to you it feels solid. So you're not sure if it's an illusion or if it's some kind of effect that you don't understand. But it appears like it's wobbling. And as fast as you can look at it, you get a complete archive of everything from the moment this lightsaber was created, and it scrolls. It's rapid fire, scrolling as across the gold.
I am catching all of it because I'm a droid.
Yeah, it's actually quite good that you were the one who came up here. But it's in Galactic Common. That's the thing too. Like, it's in like understandable. It's in Arabish, and it just all the way to the end. And then it displays a number at the bottom. I don't know how to describe it. So it's 2214. To make sure I get this right. 2214.
90210.
Hold on, I have to scroll to where it is.
8675 309.
309.
For a good time, call.
Written by
Gruff
Jim
McGruff,
Keller, oddly
Chicago,
enough,
Illinois 60652.
and helped take a bite out of crime.
Don't know why I still remember that from TV from when I was 5.
22144331.
22144331.
131. I will communicate that back to Probe and get Probe to start running those numbers through the padlock system.
Okay, it takes a couple tries because there's not really a sign of which one's 1 or which one's 2.
Yeah.
Which side is which. But eventually Probe gets through and inputs the system, pulls the lever, and there's a great mechanical clicking, and you hear the sound of gears turning and things begin to move. And the floor seems to like extend a bunch of things. It folds in and then completes itself as a panel. This is, Astrid, you would have seen this in your studies. This is a Jedi meditation circle. But it's different than what you've seen in the past. You can feel it through the Force because not only is it carved onto the floor, the actual carving echoes into the Force. You watch the wall that you guys came with ripple the same way that the pedestal you just were at, and go absolutely mirror gold as well. It's hard to miss for those with eyes because the entire opposite wall is now a bright, brilliant gold. And the circle in the middle of this panel glows.
Who turned the firewall on?
Me.
Huh. Well, it's good that you're using protection.
Since when?
Tons of
Astrid
viruses out there. All Stax' fault.
It's all
Oh,
Stax.
absolutely.
Stax is like Mr. Burns. It's like there's too many of them. None of them can get through the doorway anymore. I'm invincible.
I've got so many lovers. My infidelity causes problems.
It's a shorter
Good
list to
infidelity
figure
and
out
my infidelity.
who hasn't. High Fidelity. High Infidelity. That's your band name.
Hi. Yeah.
Astrid's going to approach the Force circle
Okay.
and just breathe and think about that point of contact that had reached out to her before, and just try and reach out through the Force.
I don't want to do this. How do I
Then
want to
don't.
do this? Roll me wisdom. Just a straight wisdom check.
Do I still have Stax's
Yes.
Yeah.
the D4? 15.
With a 15. As you reach out into the Force to try and see who that was, you feel, at first it's whispers, and then it's more of a solid connection. You can feel the presence of the old man that you met back in the in his hut. And for a moment you're standing there. You know you're still inside the temple, but you can feel as though you're standing there communicating with him. And you find that through the force, you can feel an echo of its own meditation circle, something less complicated than the one that you're presented with. But he's standing there staring back at you. And he goes, "You made it. You passed the truest test of all. How
Almost
wonderful."
didn't.
You felt a temptation then, almost.
I got shot several times by some ancient battle droids. It was
I didn't know about the droids.
it was problematic.
Oh,
This place is nonsensical.
yes. The doorway, the true test, is a final a lock, shall we call it? A test to see truly if one can experience time non-linearly. For temptation is a dangerous thing.
Anyone presented with the non-linear options provided by this artifact would... was there a name attributed to the journal that I found?
I never gave him a name, to be completely honest with you. So no.
There was a remnants of a scholar here who seemingly went mad with the choice presented before them, because
That would make...
you'd constantly be second guessing every decision you'd ever made.
It would make sense. The gateway, the first artifact you would have encountered, is the test for the second. So the to pass through the first, one must be willing to accept the present as it is, and for you to have survived that indicates you successfully forewent a better future, or one it thought would be better. Anyways,
There's a force circle here of power, and I must admit I'm not sure what quite to make of it. I stand before it, and it seems to be bridging our communication, but its function, not quite sure.
May I, if you'll pardon the phrasing, see through you?
Do your best.
And through this force connection, he reaches out and like cups your face. And you see his eyes gloss over again, see in this force echo. It's weird. And as they come back to focus and he lets go, he goes, "Ah, that's what it does then. I understand." And he goes, "It's an archive of sorts. How familiar are you with the wills?"
The wills?
There are entities beyond ours that exist beyond our understanding of reality. I'm hoping I'm using the right name here, because I will get grilled if I'm thinking of the wrong
Weren't
entity.
those like they weren't quite gray aliens, but they were kind of gray aliens? The will of the force?
Yeah, so
they became midichlorians.
yeah, it's right. I definitely had the right idea, but yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. So yeah, they're basically one of the building blocks of the force. I'm thinking of a canon or a EU reference that I think has been struck. Which is fair. It's probably what it was from a not so great book, but it's one of the few Star Wars books I own. And yeah, it's so basically they from an understanding of the book, they were they were the ones who bridged the gap of the Force. They created many artifacts through the Force. Some were easy, some were complicated and impossible to understand, even for those who spent their lives and the lives of every Padawan that came after, decoupling it. This, I get it now. This is not a portal, which is what many seek. Many sought an answer, the ability to rewrite what was without consequence. And that's what this is. An archive of every decision made by everything that's come in contact with it to create a true understanding.
So this is less the ability to go back and make a different choice and merely the ability to understand what would have happened if you had.
Correct.
So there's no real, aside from hindsight. This is an artifact of hindsight.
One that could bring peace to those who seek an answer that isn't.
Cognitive dissonance being what it is, most people that I've encountered will tend to lean towards the decision they made because it had to have been the right one because they made it. Regrets or otherwise.
You would be surprised those who look into the past, obsessed with a decision that couldn't be, and can't answer it. From a scholarly perspective, this is fascinating and offers an opportunity to glance into what could be, but and he stares at the artifact for a second, through your eyes, your metaphorical ones,
senses.
Your senses, and you see him ponder it to consider for a second, and goes, in my youth, youth is a funny term. I considered this an artifact that could undo others' mistakes that I thought had happened. I now see that the foolishness of it, the artifact hides itself as a dark side tool, and then only those who can truly let go may understand its strength.
Mm-hmm. I feel less trepidation about that Inquisitor getting their hands on this at this point.
There is still danger in the ability to understand a decision. Truly.
I meant more gaining access to this point.
Yes,
It's an effective door.
I fear she has tried before and probably will fail to succeed again. And he looks at it for a second and goes, I don't think we should leave the door open. If you think that's something you can do on your way out.
I'll ponder this for a time, but I agree with you. And to Archer and Stax, Astrid's just been standing there like straight face, talking to a circle in the floor for like 10 minutes.
I'm recording it for a sample.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of wondering.
Like, whoa.
No.
You're from the the do are they called?
The
The
Who.
Who.
The Who.
The
Yeah.
Who.
No, not
yeah.
the Who. The throat singing.
Yeah, the Who.
Metal
The
band.
Who. HU.
The Who.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you
They
meant
did a
like
song
The
in
Who.
Star Wars Fallen Order.
Indeed.
Big slap.
Done several, I think, actually.
With the utmost intent of Astrid's gonna ponder this thing through her own perception of what it is. Lamenting a little bit that Stax used all of their bombs. We still got those one of the demolition kits left though.
Yeah.
True.
Do you step into the circle?
I think I do.
Okay.
Like Astrid feels like they have a good enough understanding of what this place has the potential to offer.
Yeah.
And is secure enough in their like kind of middling belief system to ask some tough questions and not get pissy about it.
In short order, you see the memories of the saber that was placed down. You see a young boy. You see him following his master. You see the rogue step out, a man in a trench coat and large brimmed hat, draw a blaster, and the boy isn't fast enough. You see an argument in the Jedi Council chambers. You see a warpath, a lot of blood. You see two lightsabers screaming red. You see not a desert planet, but a arid planet of sandy, rocky hills. And you see an act of vengeance upon a cliff top. And you see the first Star Destroyer that these eyes have seen. You see two boys crashing onto a planet. You see them growing, learning. You see Inquisitors come. And you see the pain of the Kyber go from red to white and settle. And then you see Stacks. And that's
Smoking a
quick.
bowl.
It's
Out of
quick,
the lightsaber
it's
hilt.
fast. It's almost nonsensical, but it's an entire recorded history of what that object has experienced.
Mhm.
And you every path along the way you see whispers of what could have been and divergent, like calculations and permutations. They don't mean much in the moment because you're not focusing on them. You're letting them wash over you. But it's an understanding of where the paths lead.
So Astrid is seeing like blonde, brunette, redhead, but not the code behind it.
Yeah, basically.
So at all costs, we have to make sure that Stax never gets on that altar, because I can't have that like an 18K rating.
This is already on the altar.
Oh God, no! Why? Astrid's
It's just Astrid seizing, having to watch it all.
Oh God, I will never be clean.
I mean, it's like 50-50, like Republic cargo ship driver and Jizz Whaler with so much sexual promiscuity.
Which
Like-
which one gets more ass? The answer may surprise you.
It might.
And as you step back out of the circle, the feeling kind of like leaves behind, and that's the purpose of this artifact.
Astrid sighs and like stretches the shoulders a little bit, He's like, Stacks, Archer.
Beep boop.
Stacks, you did a good
Boop,
thing.
beep, beep.
This is a silly place. There's a pretty solid chance that that Sith we fought in space isn't going to be able to get in here. Hey Archer, you ever regret anything in your life?
I mean, not really. Anything I regret, if it's gonna come back to haunt me, I just kill it before it can.
I mean more of a, you ever wonder what would have happened if you would have made a different decision?
No, not once.
This thing
That's
has
kind of why they.
no sway on you then.
No, they actually got really annoyed with me. They literally stomped angrily out and kicked my ass out back to here.
I meant more to the effect of, if there's something that happened to you that you want to have some insight into, I might be able to wire you into this and get you an answer on something, if you care.
Nah, not worth it. Nah,
All right.
there's no point in thinking about what could have been, when instead you can think about what you should be doing tomorrow, and the next day, Because if you think about the past, you're just never gonna.
She claps him on
It's never
the
gonna
shoulder
happen.
and is like, and this is why you're my wife.
I mean,
No. This is why we're friends. Stacks, what
I'm
about
getting
you?
Excited.
You want to know anything?
Yeah.
Astrid is going to, in the circle, hold up her. This is gonna be real weird. Hold up her hands as though it were one of the interface ports, and just like you see a faint blue and orange glow appear. So Stacks has something to interface with.
I'm gonna put my dick in it.
It's my dick in a port.
Yeah, no,
My
just
dick
kidding.
in a
Stacks
box.
grabs his little Omni tool and
Oh, I'm
I
sure
guess
he grabs his
ports
tool.
into the Force.
Yeah.
Is there something specific you want to know, Stacks? Is there a moment you're looking for?
No, I think as a player, I think my mental image is Stacks just spends like a solid 5 minutes of like, what if I was a Jedi instead of a droid?
What if you were a Jedi that was a droid?
Yeah, what if I was an R2 unit Jedi? That's it. It's just 5 minutes of pure like.
Why, hello there.
It's a view back on your life, where you get, what are they called? There's a crystal droids can install where they can like feel the Force. Somebody
Yeah.
installs one of those on you, and as a result, you get to feel the Force, and your life doesn't change in the slightest because nobody will give a droid a lightsaber. So
Never.
it's like the rest of your life is spent the exact same up to this moment. The only difference is, when you pleasure individuals, you get to feel
for sure.
them through their moment of pleasure and their moment of like the Force, like how they interact with the Force. Also, you felt all of the Jedi die, which was
for
like
sure.
not a great experience for a droid, and it made some of your jizz wailing music like way more sad. But that's the only thing that changes.
Yeah. Stacks comes out of the vision and just like to Astrid and Binary is like, I see how you see. I have seen it. I have felt it.
Astrid
We are
wipes her
bonded.
hands on her clothes.
Oh.
I have become one with the Force. It is in me and through me.
You're not wrong. Now, let's blow this place up.
Yes, ma'am.
I love it.
Specifically outside. Let's leave through the door
Oh yeah,
and then blow up the entrance.
you guys leave back as you approach the rear wall and you make contact with it. It's just a whoop, and you find yourself back in that room you were in before, which is notably more shaky this time around. And
one quick question before we leave the place.
Yeah.
Jedi who went mad
Yeah.
and left his journal. Did he have a fancier lightsaber than mine? Was anything left over in the ruins?
There wasn't anything left of it.
Okay.
You basically, like, when you left the altar, it, like, the lightsaber that was on there, like, melted into the altar and became part of it. There's a part of you that understands that's how he went.
Okay. Gotcha.
He decided he'd had enough, curled up on the altar, and allowed it to consume him.
Understood.
So there wasn't. That's why there was no bones.
Makes sense.
No lightsaber for stacks.
No lightsaber for stacks.
Not yet.
Yeah, you're back in the room.
Gotta kill a Sith Lord first.
That you
Easy.
guys had, standing at the doorway, with Oberon standing next to you. Oberon, standing next to you with Theseus, and he goes, "This might be inconvenient, but I think somebody's bombing us." And that's where we'll leave off for tonight.
I like it.
Fun.
That said, thank you for stopping by and taking the time. Apologies for the technical difficulties, but it didn't take too long, thankfully. We will not be around for next week because it is a holiday next week in Canada, and that's a thing that we do. So we're going to be back on August 14th. So you get 2 weeks away here, where we'll have the final episode of our Star Wars arc that we'll experience. If you're in the Calgary zone, so to speak, and you want to come hang out, we're going to be at FallCon 4 weeks from now. That's August 25th to the 27th. We're going to be hosting some Dungeons and Dragons, some Lasers and Feelings, some beginner painting courses, sponsored by Reaper Miniatures. So just bring yourselves and your friends and your family and all that jazz, and we'll paint some minis.
Come meet me. Come say hi.
Sling some math rocks and have a good time.
Exactly.
After our finale for Star Wars, we're going to be jumping into Girl by Moonlight, a new Kickstarter project that is everything that you ever wanted out of magical girl animes in TTRPG form. So,
and then if I'm not mistaken, after that, Neon, you're running the Avatar one, right? Or is that later on that I thought?
After that is Call of Cthulhu and then Pathfinder. Yep.
Right. I've got my timelines backwards.
Yeah. Avatar is not till a little later. Yep.
Yeah, I think it was going to be sooner, but I'll be on a little bit of a medical leave for a little bit, so we had to push it back.
Absolutely. Perfect. So, again, thanks everybody for stopping by. If you like what we do, please check out the channel, some of the videos and shorts that we publish. Leave a comment in the video. It helps us out with the algorithm. And we'll see you in 2 weeks. And if you want to chat, jump on Discord and come say hello. Links in the doobly-doo.
Come say hi.
Good night, everybody.
Night.
Goodbye.